to order the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. Mr. Hohen, may I have a roll call, please?
For the Planning Commission, Chair Preston. Here. Vice Chair Borders.
Here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner DeChristopher.
Here.
Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner Cron.
Here.
Commissioner Pizell.
Here.
And for the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Giomi.
Here.
Supervisor White.
Here.
Supervisor Horton.
Here.
Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
And Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
You got your quorum.
Thank you so much. It's a little bit difficult looking at this long room full of participants. So we're going to start with, this is a really abbreviated agenda, so I want to make it really clear just in case I've got some public out there. We'll have an opening public comment, and we'll have the final public comment, so there won't be any other public comments. So if you have things you want us to address, please do that in your opening public comment period, which is now. So do I have any public comment from Karen or Denny? You already did it. Okay. Karen, any just in case? No? Okay. With that, then we're going to go on to agenda item 27A, which is discussion and possible action regarding the draft of the updated master plan. Ms. Sullivan, would you start us off?
Yes, I will. Thank you. So we've been at this since around October 2023. And I remember Supervisor Giomi challenged us and said, the one thing I don't want to hear at the end of this is that the community was not involved. And we have done everything we could think to do to involve this community and to make sure everyone was aware of what was going on, constantly giving Clarion and Associates input from the community meetings. I can't even tell you how many community meetings right now, so many. All that said, this is a draft, and there's been some confusion in the community because just a couple days ago, somebody said, so it's getting adopted on Thursday. I said, no, we're looking at a draft. So again, what's happened is there's been a lot of back and forth with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's been participating in a lot of the listening tour, as we call it. Based on the listening tour, they've been editing these documents, and this document reflects the input of the Planning Commission. Hopefully, it's captured that. That was the intent. But the board hasn't had a chance to see this draft. Actually, the Planning Commission hasn't seen this draft either. It reflects your input, but you haven't seen it, so we maybe didn't capture it perfectly. And so this is an opportunity for the board and the Planning Commission to provide input on this draft document, and then we'll continue to refine it to make sure it reflects what your expectations are, and ultimately getting to a point after the first of the year where we're holding public hearings for the adoption, with adoption anticipated in March 2025. That said, because I really wanted to stress it's a draft, Darcy Whites, who's the project lead on this from Clarion and Associates, is with us today. With us virtually is Amy Lappin from DCA and Maggie Squire, who's also from Clarion, who are part of the consultants team. And so Darcy will give a brief overview of the document and probably the timeline, and then we'll turn it over to you and we will listen, because that's what we do. Thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon. Very nice to be here with you all. And as Hope said, we've had a extended process here, and we're happy to be at this point and look forward to your feedback on this draft. Hope gave you a pretty good overview of where we've been. I think just emphasizing that we had intentionally done this project in stages. We kicked off our first round of stakeholder meetings almost exactly a year ago. A lot of listening sessions, talked to all of you individually, many of you, as well as community members. And then we've done 2 rounds of public meetings as well. That doesn't get into all of the outreach that the Planning Commission and staff have done in addition to that. So in case Hope or the staff have, or the Planning Commission have kind of lost track of the number of listening sessions, there's been about 25. And so the most recent were the 4 held at the library in the month of November. So we've basically had this draft, the prior draft, on the street. We presented it to the community and to the Planning Commission back in August. So from the get-go, the kind of flow of the process was intended to have the draft out for a good period of time, so people had a chance to really get familiar with it, provide their feedback, and then we would kind of take another pass at it as we've done now. So we are really looking to, kind of hear what those things are that we might have missed or misinterpreted in the feedback, and really just check in and make sure that we address any outstanding concerns before the project moves forward. So I am really going to hit very high level on just the things that have changed from the August draft. You all kind of participated in those conversations, so I think this is really meant to just kind of hit the highlights in case there are questions about kind of what's different. But just to sort of summarize, reinforce what Hope indicated earlier, so this document includes the online input period that we had. It was available for a month. We received a couple hundred comments, I think, online from a fairly small number of people. So those were taken into account. Planning Commission feedback that Hope was kind of feeding to us after each of the Planning Commission work sessions, the library listening sessions, and kind of ongoing conversations with staff. So in addition to that, you'll notice this draft looks a little more polished than the first draft, and we intentionally had a more working document for that first version. We wanted it to feel drafty to make sure people knew we were really there to listen and try to kind of get the substance right before we focused on kind of the packaging of the document. There are some placeholders in there for new photos or different photos. We had kind of you'll see some that are fairly vintage at this point that we hope to be able to replace, but we're kind of working on those pieces with staff. Just a quick reminder, you guys are all very familiar with the document now. In terms of the overall structure, it's pretty darn similar to the structure that you had in the 2006 master plan. The key differences I would point out, you do have more chapters related to the goals and policies, and that's based on the addition of 2 new guiding principles based on what we heard. And then we have a separate chapter for the land use plan now. That was formerly associated with the growth chapter. We really wanted that to be more prominent. That's a tool that staff and the public uses on a more regular basis in terms of, kind of interacting with the master plan. And then the specific plan areas, fairly similar. I'm really not going to touch on those today. And the action plan is essentially new. That's really just looking at, where we are today, kind of how do we move forward in terms of the next 10 to 15, 20 years in terms of the community's vision. So I'll touch on some of the key things that have changed in each section. In Chapter 2, which is the vision and guiding principles, one of the things that's happened over the fall is that the Planning Commission had decided, kind of flagged a question back in August that, gosh, this vision statement, we hadn't really gotten much feedback on the vision statement itself from the public, that it really needed to be reconfigured and kind of reflect where the community is today more directly. And so we appreciate they took the initiative to kind of craft a new vision statement. So that is now in this draft. I think it builds nicely on the prior version and kind of reflects all the feedback, all the outreach that they've done over the last year. The other thing, kind of based on the feedback we got on the initial draft, some folks indicated it was a little confusing to have, this chapter is really meant to be a bit of an executive summary in terms of what are the big ideas for Carson City, what's important to the community. So there was some repetitive language between Chapter 2 and then in the individual chapters. And so there was enough confusion that we heard about that we kind of pared this down to really just the vision statement, the guiding principles, and then the goals that kind of fit into those additional chapters. So that's we'll be curious to know if that kind of helps, if that's effective, or if you guys have other thoughts on where to go with that. The goals and policies chapters, I'll touch briefly on each of these. I think the well-managed growth section, minor clarifications to address how the city is actually kind of handling their review on an annual basis. We did add, based on discussions back in August, the urban services boundary was a new kind of formalized concept that was added in this iteration of the master plan. What we heard back in August was that, a lot of positive feedback about the idea of having one, but recognizing that there needed to be some parameters for updating that over time. And so we've added some criteria in this draft to kind of lay out, what instances might happen where you would want to consider a potential expansion of that boundary. So that's something we'd like to get your feedback on. We also added kind of definitions for some of the key terms that are used throughout this document. We talk a lot about underutilized properties or infill redevelopment, so there's just some additional context there. We also added policy direction and context about the above-ground utilities plan. That was flagged by Commissioner Pizell as something that was missing from that initial draft. And so we've added that. We are awaiting data from the utility for what's actually happening, kind of existing lines in Carson City. I think one of the key takeaways from that exercise is that, much of what's planned in terms of transmission corridors in this part of the state is really happening outside of Carson City's boundaries. So there's really not much that impacts you directly, but we have kind of confirmed that and we'll acknowledge that through the map that will be in the final document. Another thing we heard about in kind of different contexts, and this is one area we've addressed it, is related to the airport, and just that really needed to be more prominent in terms of how it's mentioned and where it's mentioned. So there's an initial policy here. There's a few other instances where that pops up in the document. Related to the urban services boundary, one of the other comments Commissioner Borders had brought up was related to the intent behind this was that it was areas that are served by both water and sewer or planned for both water and sewer. And the boundary on the left, which is what we introduced back in August, is much bigger, you'll see, than the boundary that's proposed. And so we've been working with Hope and Public Works to kind of recalibrate that to reflect that actual intent. You'll see the map on the right, the proposed boundary. There are a lot of kind of little inholdings and different things. And so we need to do a little bit more of a deep dive with Public Works and kind of confirm, how many of those are actual things that should be excluded from the boundary versus, are those data errors or, kind of little blips on the radar, if you will. So that's something that we will work on refining, but I think it more accurately captures the intent behind that boundary. Access to open lands and recreational opportunities, pretty minor changes here. One of note, I think, changes really pertain to kind of adding a little bit more detail to the goals to kind of reflect different types of recreation. The other thing, kind of similar to the airport, that popped up in a few places was thinking about public lands and the potential for land banking. So whether that's for future recreation or for housing, just wanting to acknowledge that that is something that Carson City is interested in and looking for opportunities for, kind of over the long haul, and has that view for those opportunities. The economic vitality section, some minor clarifications in some of the policies here. One thing I did want to note, we ended up consolidating two of the former goals, 5.4 and 5.6, which were related to retail leakage and kind of fiscal didn't say sustainability. What was the official word? It was fiscal health of the community. And so I think, based on the feedback we got, those two sections were really kind of more relics of where the community was in 2006 than they were relevant to where you are today. And so we rearranged some of those existing policies into the other goals and just kind of tightened up that discussion to reflect that feedback. The downtown and gateway corridor section, the main changes here related to the downtown character area. And, I think we had some discussion at our Planning Commission meeting last August about kind of the scale of development, potential scale of development in downtown. And we understand, the community has since made the decision to reduce the potential height allowances in those areas. So we've kind of pared back the level of detail on that in the plan to reflect those changes. We've also extended the Main Street mixed use, kind of the light tan area in the center along Carson Street to reflect that proposed extended boundary that we talked about with Planning Commission, and also updated the state office complex kind of delineation on that diagram. The neighborhoods section, not a lot of changes. I think what I would mention here, we did get some feedback about, we had a lot of discussion from the community about workforce housing and affordable housing. I think the point was made in several, kind of different discussions that we really need to focus on that whole spectrum of housing in Carson City, everything from executive housing. We heard from the college, the hospital, that, they have trouble attracting people for the opposite reasons that we're hearing from other folks. So we just added some clarifications here and there to try to reinforce that, you're really looking at that full spectrum in terms of those future opportunities. History and culture, pretty minor things here. One thing that the Planning Commission had specifically requested, though, was for us to, we had a link to the National and State Register properties. They asked us to include that in the appendix, so we've added that. So you do have a list with the addresses of those properties that are on the register, one of those registers or both now. The other thing I would note here, related to this map, but also all of the maps, is that we do have them all online in a story map form, and I'm particularly mentioning that for the public who may be interested in kind of going online, and you can kind of zoom around and move around and take a look at, kind of the details of those, because it is a big place and you have a hard time kind of capturing that scale in an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. So the details of the individual properties is available in the online format. Connected community, had some good discussion, staff did with the Planning Commission about just sort of the different aspects of connectivity that should be emphasized in this section. So you'll see some of those adjustments there. And then getting into the land use plan, I think we've made quite a few adjustments on kind of the colors on the map, trying to make it pop a little bit more. I think, concerns about legibility. I do want to mention we added kind of a quadrant-based set of maps in the document. Maggie put together within the urban services boundary, just to give you that kind of snapshot of different parts of the community. So
very nice.
that helps. And I think having that, and as well as the online map as a companion, you can kind of use those two things together. So just to kind of highlight some of the changes in the different categories, I think the map, at the end of the day, the changes are fairly targeted, but related to the residential categories specifically. From 2006, we did consolidate the conservation reserve and rural residential and low density residential, because the lot sizes, the characteristics were very similar. But otherwise, we've kind of stuck to a pretty similar lineup of land use categories that you had. One change we made based on public feedback was we went back to, I think the August draft used some new terminology. I think we used suburban neighborhood and urban neighborhood. Didn't stick. People didn't like that. So we went back to what you had, and that works great. Commercial and mixed use categories. One of the things we heard early on was please, please, please simplify it. We have too many categories, particularly in the mixed use section. And so we've narrowed that down a fair bit. And so you'll see you're down to really the downtown mixed use and the corridor mixed use as your primary kind of types of commercial and mixed use categories. And then anything that was in the former mixed-use residential is now either in high-density or corridor mixed use. And, I understand as we kind of continue to fine-tune the map, there may be other places where maybe we went with one designation and you want to kind of shift it to the other. Those are the types of things that we're really trying to kind of dial in as we get further down the road here. Employment categories. we moved away from the mixed-use employment designation, which was the 2006 category. That was meant to be a fairly broad designation, but it wasn't used much. And so we've replaced that with 3 categories at this point. We have our standard industrial, which kind of gets at areas around the airport and kind of your more traditional industrial. And then we have 2 new categories, one called flex industrial, which is meant to be more of a kind of smaller scale. Things are happening more internally. You might have some supporting commercial kind of on the edges. And then also a medical designation. And that was something that came out of conversations Hope had with the Planning Commission over the last couple months. That really deals with areas by the hospital and also the old hospital location near downtown. So one question that's sort of outstanding from our perspective is, are there additional areas that you would like to see the flex industrial category actually applied? Because that was a change that was made. We didn't get a lot of feedback on kind of where to apply that. So that's one of the things, maybe some homework for you guys as you're kind of thinking about that. And then lastly, on the land use policies in the land use plan section, I think refinements throughout this section based on what we heard. We did add some additional airport compatibility language related to all types of employment. Primarily the industrial areas are impacted, but you've also got some kind of fringe issues related to that. So that's new. And then we've also clarified the language related to transitions in the residential category. So we had some fairly prescriptive language that we had proposed in the residential policies for that, kind of trying to respond to public feedback we got. And I think what we heard was we really want to acknowledge the importance of having some sort of transition, but we don't want to get into too much detail in the plan. We want to have a little bit more flexibility. So there's a couple different spots where that pops up. We've tried to just convey those issues without, but also acknowledging that, the density of what happens kind of next door to an infill neighborhood, an existing neighborhood is probably going to be different. You can't always match that exactly. And so we've tried to kind of balance those different objectives with the new language. So we'd like to get some feedback on that. And then just a quick plug that we do have the updated map, kind of the current version, on the website. And so you do have the ability to see what the designation was in 2006, what's proposed, and then also provide comments on individual parcels down below. And, mainly mentioning this for the public who may be interested in kind of checking out what's happening in their particular neighborhood. And then lastly, on the action plan, I think, a lot of specific comments on this section. This is really where we get into kind of what are the actual steps, kind of the how behind the policies. How are we going to implement these goals and policies? One of the questions that came up in the last couple days was just, is it meant to be a one-to-one between the policies in the chapter 3 through 8 and the action plan? And the answer is sometimes, but generally no. In some cases, you may have multiple actions that are needed to implement a particular policy. In other cases, the policy really stands alone. And so what I took away from that, though, is that we do need to come up with a better numbering strategy because it's confusing. We used the same approach as what's in the 2006 plan, thinking that that would be less confusing, but I think it became more confusing, so we can work on that. The other thing I would highlight here, we did, I think, in the overview of the priorities, a general desire for some additional flexibility on some of the kind of overarching recommendations related to economic development, for example, provide a little bit more flexibility, a little less specificity to give you guys a little bit more room to think about how you implement some of those particular recommendations. So I think the intent is still very much there behind those kind of big themes that came through, but they have been softened a little bit to provide a little bit more flexibility. And there are a few new actions in there related to the urban services boundary review, the airport overlay, and some of the public lands related issues. So as Hope mentioned, this is still very much a draft. The document and the maps are available on the website. And, I think if folks have comments in the public, I think the best thing to do is to send those through the public, the email address on the website, and those will be worked into this final round of review with staff over the next month or so. And then, as she indicated, I think our tentative plan is based on what we hear from you all today. We go away, work on refining this draft, and then kind of put together the official adoption draft. One thing I will note, when we get to this stage in the process, and the comments are, the changes are very nuanced. One of the things we have discovered only recently, which is really helpful, is that we can do a compare on the PDFs, and so we can actually show, kind of specifically what's changed. So that will help you guys as you kind of get into this final stage. So, yeah. And I think that is it. Yeah, when we go from the rough draft to the official draft, it is a little bit trickier. And I think, in terms of specific questions, I think, big picture, does this really reflect what you guys have been hearing and where you think the community wants to go? And then, some more specific questions about the urban services boundary criteria I mentioned. The other thing that we were wondering about and also was flagged and kind of back and forth over the last couple of days is the timelines. I didn't mention, but we did add, I think we had heard, initial draft, I think we had 3 tiers in the action plan. We had an ongoing and a, kind of priority level 1 and 2, and now we have more. And so we haven't gone back and kind of gotten feedback on, all right, are there any of these things that really should be kind of dialed back in terms of their level of priority, or, are folks comfortable? And I know part of that is kind of coordination with the departments to kind of go through that, but we would appreciate your feedback as well. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what I'd like to do, because I don't know, I like order and pattern. I cannot help myself. So I thought we'd just take a chapter at a time and really go through both of these boards. And that way you could be taking the notes by the chapter, and then we can circle back to make sure any overall questions have been answered. But that way, when it's time, it's just a motion as discussed on the record. So let's start with chapter 1. And I'll make just a comment that was consistent with something I did earlier today. And so on page 3 of your guys' document, we talk about, right in the planning area, 158 square miles. And those that participated this morning will laugh and say, oh my gosh, that's the 5th mileage answer we have in this city. And so whatever answer it gets adopted from this morning's discussion with GIS and things of that nature, I would like to carry it through, because whatever the answer is, let's just be consistent. So that's just a tick note for you to do at the final, is to grab the same answer for GIS and the rest. I thought this was a good chapter that really kind of explained the why and the where and the how come. So good job on this for me. I'm just going to look. Mr. Pizell, kind of just looking down. Anything for chapter 1? Terry? Chuck, anybody, chapter 1? Mr. White says he's got one for chapter 1. Supervisor White.
Thank you. Before I get to that, though, I feel compelled to put a big shout out to staff. Based on the number of questions that I have asked, based on the number of questions and comments I will have today, I certainly appreciate the angst that I probably cause for staff, but
It's worthy, though.
most of what you will hear from me today is really based on accuracy, continuity, and private property rights. That's where my concern really is when it comes to most of my comments today. So thank you, staff, for putting up with the amount of time you have spent with me on this. So let's start with the accuracy aspect. As Mayor Bagwell talked about the 158 square miles. A little further down there where it says the city is adjacent to Washoe County on the north, Douglas County, Lyon County. You know, a little known thing that people don't realize is we do have a Four Corners. We are also adjacent to Story County. So if you're not carrying a deer tag in your pocket, which makes it very important to know where you're at, people don't realize just on the south side of McClellan Peak, all four counties come together. Also, it says here that our eastern shore, or that our east, I'm sorry, let me start over. Our western edge is the eastern shore of Lake Tahoe. Actually, our western edge abuts to Placer County out in the middle of the water. Our jurisdiction goes well beyond the eastern shore. So in an effort to be accurate, we should make those corrections. And that really, I believe, is completely necessary because this document is the bedrock of where this community is headed. It will inform our municipal code. It will inform the other master plans and strategic plans that we create and work on. And so this document has to be very perfect in regards to things like what I just spoke to.
Okay. Vern, running down anybody, chapter one? Chapter one. That's it for chapter one. Oh, you have something, Vern? Go ahead.
Yeah, again, I'd like to also acknowledge staff, but also the consultant. I've had a chance to read multiple drafts, and Darcy, I think you and your team have done a great job of making the document readable. I think you've used language that isn't, for lack of a better term, planese. I think that people can certainly, who maybe don't have a background in planning or this type of a profession, would be able to sit down and read it. So I think you've done a benefit to the community as well as the setup that you've given to and the overall part of the document as well. I think it's consistent. I like the way you do the chapter contents, overview, vision, guiding principles. Again, I think it's very orderly, and I think that's easy to find things in it. So well done to you and your team, and well done to staff as well, you know, with all the edits that they've provided, and I know there've been many.
Madam Mayor, just one thing really quick on the 158 square miles, that actually does come from our GIS system. I asked them to determine
I
it.
understand, but that's not in their GIS document from this morning was 153, and on another page was 147, and so
Okay. And
I'm
I
just
ju-
gonna
I
ask
just-
y'all to
I-
align.
We will do it, and I am including Lake Tahoe, the portion of Lake Tahoe, the water, just so
Well-
you're clear.
Just,
That might be the reason for the issue, is that people mostly count land area and forget the lake.
I'm just saying, we're gonna do an alignment of ourselves to say we're gonna use the same answer in our documents, and so check with Stephanie, she already has that assignment. But, so before we leave chapter one, does anyone have any issues with the two comments on the record for one? Because again, then they'll pick those up for,
You want to approve chapters as we go, or
I'm happy to do that if
just
you'd like.
offered? I don't know. if
I'm
that's
just
easier or-
saying, if there's nothing, we will consider chapter one closed with the two items as discussed. We can have a motion if you feel you need one, but
Maybe, because you might get to the point where you don't agree. And so it might just be easier.
it's fine.
Well, we may find something that cuts back into another.
Right, that's why I said for now, I'm really down to recording chapter 1 is just discussed, and that's why everything will be on the record, and then in case we get a conflict and say, whoops, we gotta go back a chapter, we messed up. Okay, let's go to chapter 2, please, and this time I'm gonna start the opposite direction so that if you're trying to talk and think at the same time, it'll be easier. So I'm going to start down at Lisa's end. Anything for chapter 2 that you'd like to address or talk about?
No, I just really like the formatting, and I think it's easy to follow, and I think it's helpful to really have the description, so more of a kudo.
Hey, Ellen, coming down. Anybody? Two?
I had a couple.
Oh, you've got something on too. Vern?
So just, this is a general comment, is that when you talk about your graphics, which I love your graphics on your chapters where you talk about your vision statement and guiding principles. The only thing that I get a little bit concerned about is with so many different colors is that sometimes, like in this case, chapter 2, if you look at the chapter contents, overview, vision, a lot of that text disappears because of the background that you have. So just something to consider as you kind of look forward, to the other chapters. It just kind of vanishes.
Readability, yeah.
Then the other thing is on page 15. I was looking at your guiding principle section, and it seems like you're being redundant in that first paragraph, and because at the end of the first paragraph, you end up saying basically the same thing in the following little paragraph. So you just might want to take a look at that. I'm not sure that little second paragraph is necessary, but it's something to look at. And this will be another general comment on page 16, bottom of the page, livable neighborhoods, the last point. I struggle with the word declining. Promote investment in declining neighborhoods. Maybe another better option would be aging. Promote reinvestment in aging neighborhoods. I understand what you're trying to get to. I'm not sure. I want to live in a declining neighborhood. Oh, look, my neighborhood's declining. So I'm not sure. What's that?
I'm not sure I want to live in an aging neighborhood.
Well, that's
either,
true
but
too.
I see where you're going.
Yeah. So just a look at that
To
and
see if there's a better word.
see if
That's
there's a
all.
better word. It is, maybe there's not. Maybe declining is the right word. But
Legacy, perhaps.
Well, based on the neighborhood that I live in, declining is very appropriate.
appropriate.
Ellen, did you have a comment on that?
We had had that discussion at the workshop.
Is your mic on?
This is mine, isn't it? We'd had that discussion at the workshop, but as well, that it would take a little more wordsmithing, but maybe referring to those neighborhoods as opportunities, opposed to putting a negative spin on it.
Opportunities for reinvestment. Okay.
Yep. And Mayor, that's all I have for chapter 2.
Okay. Maurice, you got something for 2?
I do in vibrant downtown and gateway corridors. So there's a recurring theme in this entire document about continuing to concentrate on downtown. We just need to stop with downtown. We've already spent north of $20 million down there, and we need to concentrate on other sections of town at this point. If the amount of time that project has been going on, if those property owners have not responded and gotten the hint, they're not going to. So just quit with downtown. The idea that we're going to expand the borders of the definition of downtown is another thing that I am absolutely not interested in. If we want to identify sections of town that require a concentrated effort, we need to call them something else, not downtown. They can be uptown or around town,
Around town. Yeah. North
different
town,
district,
south town.
a different group of people being worked with. I'm done with downtown.
Okay, Greg?
This could go into section 2 or it could go into section 1, but I would be a big fan of a paragraph or two that sort of spoke directly in 8th grade English to how the rubber met the road in terms of plan, how maybe the subheading is how how Carson City will use this plan, how you can use this plan. Just giving people a little more direction on that. We sort of glance at it in chapter 1, talking about how it's useful to landowners and stuff. I think any document like this has a chance to be a how-to for citizens and frankly a how-to for current and future leaders in the community, so I want to lean into that a little.
Stacy? Chuck? So I'll be the one, the vision statement on 14. Carson City is a community proud of its past and prepared for its future. I think we should do our adopted motto that's in our code, proud of our past and confident of our future, because it's already on our seal, it's already on documents. So I think my cheapo part is coming in here, but I don't want to reprint any of that kind of stuff. And I think that motto was well thought out all those years ago when our seal was created. And so that's the only change I'd like to see that made to be our motto. Terry, anything on this chapter, Robert? So then let's go backwards on this a little bit. So everybody, let's start with everybody okay with our motto and the vision statement? Yes. Everybody agree there was some redundancy in the guiding principles. You'll remove the redundancy there in that paragraph.
Yes.
We're gonna look for some potential better wording to replace declining, just because that does have a negative connotation.
On
So-
that one, Mayor, real quick, we have been struggling with another word. And so we welcome ideas. I understand what Commissioner DeChristopher offered, and as well as Commissioner Cron. I feel like declining is a really good adjective that captures the concept. I'm not sure the substitutes put forward are capturing the concept as well, but I understand the objection to the word declining. So I feel like we still are working on that. I just
Well,
want to
let
put
me
it out
even
there.
talk about the bullet itself. How about we go with this? When it says promote reinvestment in declining neighborhoods, exactly what do you mean by that we're going to do? Are we gonna, as a city, put money in to go into a neighborhood and said repaint it all because it's aging or it's decrepit or it's declining or we're gonna put more trees over there? What exactly are we actually saying in promote reinvestment? You buy into this, you're the brand new homeowner of a house that maybe's been vacant and has birds and pigeons. I mean, I'm trying to understand when I looked in the back, which is what I was after earlier in something else, what do you mean by that? Do you mean you want to go find a developer that's going to come in and rehab a whole section of our town?
So the policies in that section deal with everything from code enforcement to infill and redevelopment. I think it's just acknowledging that some areas of town are going to need a little bit more help in terms of reinvestment, similar to the corridors. This is really kind of the neighborhood version of the corridors. So it could be sidewalk enhancements, it could be tree planting, like you said. But I think it's mainly just acknowledging that there, would be the potential for, maybe some finer grain planning or additional outreach that could happen down the road. But also that there are resources outside of the city's purview that are available to help homeowners who may be struggling with maintenance or upkeep issues and kind of helping to connect them with those. So it's kind of dealing with that spectrum of concerns.
Can I comment?
How about promote reinvestment in neighborhoods when needed? And we don't have to label it, it's just when it's needed.
Well, I think for me, and I've had this conversation with Hope, what does it mean to promote?
Yeah.
I think in large part, this is the idea. The implementation of promoting these reinvestments is stuff like in our municipal codes, not having a code that prohibits mobile homes that are more than 15 years old.
My comment. That was going to be my comment. I mean, this is a guiding principle document. So to me, this is a very apt description. I mean, to Supervisor White's position, that's one way in which we could promote investment. Another way may be that someone comes forward with a plan to do something over the course of a broader area, and the zoning maybe needs to be adjusted to allow for improving those declining neighborhoods. Maybe the zoning doesn't exactly match in the checkerboard that we have in a given area, and a developer wants to come in and do an upscale mobile home park, or manufactured home park, or whatever the case may be. I would be very much against removing that language. I think it's very descriptive, and we want to improve the declining neighborhoods. We should want to. We should want to.
And I'll just mention, I was in a declining neighborhood yesterday. The street, I think, was called Concord. You probably know
I
it.
didn't hear you.
The
It's
street was
his
Concord.
neighborhood next door, across from him. Yeah,
Yeah.
not far from
Um,
you.
We opened about 5 code cases. I just said, no, we can't have this. And so that would be an example. That's a declining neighborhood where once we start code enforcement, someone's got to step up and start doing something. But I also agree with Supervisor White and Supervisor Giomi. We need to see to what extent the regulations are preventing the opportunity for reinvestment. And I think, at least during my tenure until very recently, we really haven't been proactively looking at our declining neighborhoods and saying, what can we do to encourage investment here? And it was only because a property owner came forward and wanted to make the investment, we realized, wow, the zoning doesn't work here, but maybe we need to look at the area and see if we can change that and make it work.
I
So,
think also to Supervisor White's point, you could, there's some of those in that general area have got half acres or even acres, and we're restricted to the number of manufactured homes they can put on that property. But if you have 4 or 5 family members who all want to have one on the same property, that to me is an opportunity to improve that,
Potentially.
that we could do it. And we don't want to stand in the way with regulations,
So you think this part of the document with that statement and being in there would say that that includes zoning we wouldn't normally do? That everywhere else in the plan says no?
no, what I'm saying is
Just,
that
I
what
wanna
you
make
would,
sure.
what you would do is you would do an analysis of the area, which we've started but have not completed in the area around Bunch. And you would say, what are our lot sizes here? What are we looking at in terms of actual land use? To use a specific example, there's a property in that area that has 6 mobile homes. The owner wants to get rid of those mobile homes and put in 6 townhouses. That would be nice,
But we
but
don't
he
want-
can't do it.
Right.
Because it's non-conforming use. So, I mean, our most basic that I've been sort of talking about is let's look at allowing continuation of non-conforming buildings and non-conforming uses, but allow reconstruction to the same footprint, to the same intensity. So looking at things like that.
If it improves it.
Right, so that it's not intensifying, but it's allowing for new construction. And I think there's opportunities, and we do have some tough areas, and they are declining. I don't think they're aging. I don't think they're opportunity. I think they're declining. And I think the regulations are preventing people from making investments who might make investments.
My question really, you think this statement here is allowing you to do that for us to bring back a change to Title 18? To do what you're talking about? And that's all my question is. I don't think this does that, but if this is enough for you and you believe it does, I'm willing to leave it here to look at it and say, then you would tag this one with Chapter 12 answer to say update Title 18 to look
Right.
at that or
I
something.
think-
Is that what you're after?
I think the policies are really where the detail comes in terms of kind of describing what she just laid out. I mean, we get into, it sets the stage for those potential types of changes. Yeah, the goal itself on a standalone basis doesn't give you that detail, but I think the policies do.
Okay.
Can I just add,
sup-
we're talking about specific things that we know today.
Yeah.
In 3 years, there may be
Could be
something
something else.
completely different that we don't know. And a policy statement like this is broad enough to be able to allow us to say, wait a minute, we've never seen this before, like we heard earlier today.
Yeah,
But
rentals.
this does, in fact, promote a reinvestment in a declining neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It does it. What if someone came forward with that same,
Well, it's a goal we can utilize to
correct?
affect change in Title 18. I guess that's
Or-
really what my
Or-
general
or-
question
Or
is.
elsewhere. Maybe
Right.
it's not in Title 18.
Or 4.
Maybe it's
or-
somewhere
yeah,
else.
4 or 8, right? Okay.
I
Super-
just wanted to, oh, I'm
Site,
sorry.
Shooty, go
To
ahead.
add another word. So the word opportunity has come up quite frequently in the last couple minutes. And so could it even be promote opportunities to assist in improving neighborhoods in needs or declining neighborhoods? I mean, maybe the word reinvestment or investment might be too specific. I don't know.
I think what this is doing is saying that the city's concerned. And it's a job of the staff to be looking into this and coming forward with ideas, whether it's code enforcement, code changes, whatever. And I do think it's broad, and I think it's a statement of concern, and it's a to-do list.
Ms. Terry?
Hi, I do have a word that might work. Transitioning. Because transitioning gives a little bit more latitude. Because if we have a situation in some of these neighborhoods, because we see something unknown, maybe it's not a declining. Maybe something else happens in that neighborhood that we have no idea about. It allows us to do a transition.
But you,
Like the
you could
plateau
be,
area. That's like the housing development in the plateau housing development. I wouldn't really call that a declining neighborhood, but it definitely transitioning when you're gonna put
Where's that?
It is
out
transition.
off of Draco.
well, you're either transitioning to a worse neighborhood or a better neighborhood. So
Exactly,
it
so
could
it's
be,
open.
it could be open, it could be a bit confusing, although I understand Commissioner Karan's concern with the word declining. I don't want to put anything in there that makes somebody feel bad about where they live. Unfortunately, it's probably the right word for the purpose that we're trying to serve here. And I think it should stay. It is the word to use, but I understand the connotation that might be there from a negative perspective. However, it is the right word.
It's just a priority word. I guess if I were stacking everything up, I'm gonna go help a declining neighborhood before I help a improving neighborhood.
It doesn't have to be us. We keep
Right.
saying that. We keep saying, sorry, we keep
No,
saying
the
that.
reinvestment
Doesn't
is from
have to be
anything,
us.
right?
The reinvestment could be anybody, could be,
Correct,
hopefully will be somebody other than us,
yeah. So what's our pleasure? Let's deal with this one. Keep it as is. Can everybody live with it? We can live with it as is. As is, it is. Okay, so no comment. That one's goner. Now let's go to the discussion with Supervisor White. He wants to talk about vibrant downtown and gateway corridors. Let's look at the 3 actual bullets and see Supervisor White was there. Is creating better to say continuing a vibrant downtown? Because I think what he's trying to say is we've already invested and done what we now consider the downtown. We've already
Right.
updated the streets. And so then it's really, everywhere we want to get rid of vacant properties. Oh, God, I hope. I don't know. What do y'all think? I think the word create makes it sound like we're still going to go do a bunch of work in the downtown. Is that what am
Well,
I
it
second
says
guessing you
promote
right?
the ongoing revitalization of downtown. Well, certainly we
Oh,
wouldn't-
preserving's a great word.
Huh?
Preserving instead of creating.
Where are you finding creating?
Right in the first line, goals and policies for creating.
Oh,
You don't
okay.
want to create, we've already done it.
Oh, I got
What
you.
you're saying,
I
I
was looking at
thought.
the last bullet.
Okay, so preserving, I like that much better. There, does that help you, Maurice, with what you're trying to say is we're not?
Well,
And then when we get to the part that says branding for the neighborhood pieces on the expansion, I'll agree with you when we get there. Because you're
Well,
right, there was that section.
it's the last bullet.
Okay,
While we certainly don't want to inhibit people from spending their money downtown, I think the city in general, the government in general, has already spent enough effort promoting downtown. We need to promote the other parts of town.
Of Carson City.
Well, this particular section,
Under
the
the
fourth
other
section
bullet.
here is really talking about downtown and gateway corridors. And I think
Talk about the gateway corridors.
the gateway corridors need to be
that's our next section.
the priority over the downtown. The overarching question is, if we make that change here, it's a domino effect through the whole document. Because the whole document repeatedly talks about concentrate on downtown, expand the downtown border. Let's move away from
Although
dealing
I-
with downtown and deal with the rest of the city.
Understand what you're saying. At quite a few, though, of the listening sessions, there was discussion about actually enlarging downtown, but perhaps thematically, or midtown or other areas. So instead of thinking about our concentrated downtown that we have right now, be open to the growth of what is considered, whether it's downtown or other parts of destinations, if you will.
Right, so the reason I would object to expanding that border of downtown is because then that still leaves the opportunity to be, in my mind, misspending money downtown when our concentration should be on the other ends. So don't expand the border, create a different district, uptown, midtown, whatever you want to call it, just not downtown.
I think if you reorder the priority from downtown being the high priority to the gateways being the higher priority, but keeping the downtown in there, to some degree, it would feel better and I think it would flow better, quite honestly. And point a finger at the gateways. That's where we need to look, but we still need to maintain the downtown. I think that's important.
Just by way of background, if I may, Madam Mayor, and the Planning Commission knows this. There was a draft that came out that the Planning Commission looked at. I don't think we presented to the board. And it kept talking about, I think, the new downtown or the expanded downtown. And the Planning Commission said, no, it's going to be a downtown because the expanded downtown will be downtown. And so I think that might be what's creating confusion because we did hear in the listening tours, and the Planning Commission can talk more about this, the area just to the north of downtown. That's a big area of concern for the residents. The area to the east of downtown going up to Roop, that's got great potential. And it's kind of just there. And going as far as, I think it was Division Street to the west. And so what happened at the Planning Commission is they said, well, no, it's not going to be the expanded downtown or the new downtown. It's going to be downtown. And I hear what you're saying is, well, no, downtown's this thing, and these are sort of those fringe areas. So I think everyone's sort of saying the same thing because the goal here, I think, was really downtown's now this bigger area that includes those fringe areas that we kept hearing about. And so I don't know how you capture that.
Well, I do.
Yeah, so having been in this town for now 66 years, standing on Winnie Lane would have never conjured the idea of being downtown to me.
No.
Ever.
Still,
Being on Division Street would not have conjured the thought of downtown. Downtown is that little core section that it's already described as. As we move to these other areas, we need to call them something else because they aren't downtown, in my opinion.
Supervisor Giomi.
I think downtown is what we say downtown is. I mean, yeah, we have spent a lot of money downtown. And because of that, we shouldn't just wipe it off the map. Some of the listening tours we went to, we continue to hear from people about vacant storefronts downtown or vacant storefronts just off of downtown and how they want the city to do something about it. That was pretty apparent at some of the sessions that I attended. I have no problem reordering this to say that, the gateways are maybe the priority or do some wordsmithing or something. But again, this is just a guiding. We don't have to spend any more money downtown. The city does not have to spend one more dime anywhere downtown. But we can still encourage the people who are spending money downtown to spend it downtown because we recognize the value that downtown brings to the community as a whole. That's how I see it. I'm not, I mean, we can probably wordsmith this a little better in terms of, promoting the ongoing revitalization of downtown. I don't know that we're done yet. I mean, a stone's
And the
throw from where you
gateways.
park your car are a crap ton of parking lots. Is that what we want in our downtown? I mean, it's certainly not what I want. I'm not for changing that. We still have work to do there, and we have work to do in other places, but it doesn't have to be us doing the work. It may be, if we leave this in here, we can communicate to the state, who has a huge chunk of the downtown, that we want them to do something about it. We can't make them, but if we don't put it in here, we can't even go to them and say it's a priority for us. We can't even do that.
Yeah, I think one thing I wanted to stress too, I think that's very different between this document and the 2006 plan is that we really did shift. There was a very strong emphasis, as you know, on public investment in downtown in the 2006 plan. We really dialed that back and put the focus on public investment needs to be focused on the gateway corridors. That's why the order of the goals is different. The policies under that downtown goal are really focused. The first one is private investment. The others are really basically just sort of reinforcing what you guys have established and already invested in. So just want to stress that, I think the intent was not to encourage ongoing public investment in downtown, but to extend it out as we've been discussing.
And I think as it was said a couple of times, that the other gateways need to be the priority. I'm just thinking we should call them something else besides downtown.
I think there's a section later on where we can talk about that. That's the branding. And I agree with them that
Right?
we have a great opportunity in that branding section over there to make sure we've worded that well.
And again, I've brought it up now because this discussion is going to create a domino effect through the rest of this document.
So are we for preserving instead of creating? Because we already have it down. Anyway, I'm just for preserving. Everybody's okay with preserving so that everybody good? All right. So you've got what you need for that one. We're going to go to chapter 3. I'm starting backwards this way. Mr. Pizell, anything in chapter 3?
Sorry about that. On page 21, goal 3.1, 3.1A, it talks about in the last sentence, continue to review applications for proposed residential and commercial development in accordance with the Carson City Growth Management Ordinance. I'd recommend changing commercial to non-residential so you capture industrial, medical, and all the other uses.
Do we do growth management for residential or only non-residential?
No, you do residentials when you do the housing, how many housing starts you can have,
Right.
and then the non-residential piece is based on the threshold. So I agree with the recommended change.
Could you repeat that again, please, just so I know what page you were on?
21,
21, okay,
last sentence.
thank you.
Proposed residential, and you want to take out commercial and change it to?
Non-residential.
Non-residential.
Non-residential captures everything that's not residential, so industrial, commercial, medical.
Well, who wouldn't get reviewed? I guess then. Who's
Well-
not getting reviewed?
First of all, everyone's subject to review. We look at the water use. If it's not residential, you look at the water use. If the water use right now today is greater than 10,000 gallons per day average, it goes to the Growth Management Commission. So I think what Commissioner Piezel's saying is when you say commercial, someone reading that literally may say, oh, that's only commercial. It doesn't include industrial or institutional or office. If you say non-residential, it's clear it's capturing all of that.
So you don't need to just say continue to review applications with pursuant to the Carson City Growth Management Ordinance?
You can say it that way too.
Let's just be simple. That way they're all getting reviewed. Okay, we'll go with simple. I really thank you for that comment. That was great. Do you have any more in chapter 3? Robert, is that the only one in 3? Okay, Terry, anything in 3? I think actually I didn't have anything in this one either. This kind of scares me. That means I must not have read it well enough. I don't have anything in 3 either. Chuck?
Nope.
Stacy?
maps in 3.
Well,
Yes.
I reserve all rights on all maps to drill in when we get closer, to really look at them.
Format is really.
Yes, much better.
It's very informative.
Stacy?
Couple of questions. First, before I forget, I made a note here, Hope, and you probably know this, but Visit Carson City or CTA has a lot of photo stock. So it's a good place to reach out. They have a lot of good photos. I mean, really high quality stuff, like stuff at the Lake Tahoe. All of the photos they have are of Carson City. So even if you get a photo of the lake, it's the lake in Carson City, not some random part of the lake. So really good source. First question on the urban services boundary, and I didn't know you had made adjustments to it. I didn't see that. The only map we had was the big one. Why would we have an urban services boundary that goes outside our jurisdiction? Why does the map go outside of our jurisdiction?
That might be, okay, so the map on page 23 captures where public water or public sewer is provided. I suspect
Very
that's.
broadly, right?
Broadly, and I believe that's where the sewer goes to Clear Creek.
Okay,
is
so
what
we're
you're
gonna
looking
fix
at.
that. That makes no sense.
Yeah, what the map will do, the modified map, it will be where there is public water and public sewer. So it's
Not
going to
both.
shrink. Exactly.
Okay. Relative to that, are we implying that in the urban services boundary that, I guess what I'm getting at is, where, are we talking about, will this lead to mandating all of the sort of urban things we've come to expect? Curb and gutter, sidewalks? And if so, then I guess what I'm getting at is there are a lot of areas in town where you have sewer and water service. I have water service. I don't have sewer service, but I have water service. But just across the street from me, there's both sewer and water. And it's rural. There are no sidewalks. I don't want sidewalks. I don't think people who live along Deer Run Road want sidewalks. I don't think people who live along Valley View and
Sage.
Hillview on the acre properties with horses want to be mandated to have sidewalks. So I think we need to, I don't have the answer, but I think we need to look at that, because when we, just as an example, when if we put in for the FLAP grant for Ash Canyon Road, I'm not going to be very happy if the response comes back that we're going to run a sidewalk all the way down Ash Canyon. It's never been that way. So that's one comment I have relative to that.
Mr. Piezel?
Quick question, though. Hope, wouldn't that be part of the development standards under Chapter 18 and your development standards for the different zoning districts with regards to residential, as to what sort of improvements above and beyond water and sewer are necessary?
Sort of. It would be that coupled with the functional classification plan, which the functional classification plan is part of the transportation plan. And so the transportation plan would dictate what type of road was required. And
whether we
then when
put in curb,
when the
gutter,
functional
sidewalk.
classification plan tells you what kind of road is required, when you want to look at the specifications for that plan, you go to Title 18 Appendix.
Well, I know in Title 18, the zoning districts, I mean, my property is zoned SF 1 acre. And that in and of itself doesn't dictate.
Correct,
way
correct.
or
That's
the
why I
other.
didn't agree
Right.
with,
Okay.
with Commissioner Pizell, because it's not the zoning that does it. It's what's called the functional classification plan.
The land use categories also address some of those differences in characteristics between the neighborhoods. And I think the 1 acre and the, no sidewalks as a preference was something that was kind of embedded in the plan from 2006 and was carried forward in this draft. So I think you have that premise kind
Okay.
of in there that they're going to be different. And
I mean, as long
think
as we
those
maintain
factors will
that, I
dictate
think,
it.
where it starts to get a little wonky is where you have, keeping in the same area, because I'm familiar with it, if you go from 1 acre parcels to the long range subdivision, which is SF 21, I believe, and they don't have sidewalks either, but they have multi-use paths behind their home. And then furthermore, you go a little further and you go down to Plantation, those are SF 21, and they have no sidewalks. So
All those older ones don't have
right,
sidewalks.
and
Yeah,
and yet we're making the new people across
in.
Ormsby
put them in.
put in sidewalks that stop on either end on bare dirt, and will probably never go to complete sidewalks. So I guess and I know I'm mixing apples and oranges, because that's not part of the master plan, I get that. I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that as we develop this urban boundary, that has some meaning to it, that is tangible to folks. I guess.
No, it's good input. And in terms of having the urban service boundary, we talked about the urban service boundary for years now.
Yeah.
And we were always
Where is
asked
it?
at the time of growth management or master plan annual report, I forget which, well, where's the map? So we put the map right in the master plan. The map is not the one you're looking at. It will reflect where there's both water and sewer, not one or the other. Because you go up to Lakeview, that's similar to what you're talking about, but they only have water. They don't have the sewer. And so your point about road design is a good one. And that said, it is a good conversation because in the listening tour, we heard a lot about walking and sidewalks and paths and things like that. And so there is a lot of interest in being able to walk safely. And one of the things people really like is the walkability of the city. Granted, those are going to be the closer in neighborhoods as opposed to sort of the more fringe areas. So, no, the point's well taken.
And I think his point is taken on a different avenue. Maybe there isn't existing, but if somebody does an expansion of their existing home and let's say put in ADU, would you then make them put aside? I think it's just an overall
Yeah,
discussion we need to have.
Yeah, and I think
Right.
just
Except wait a
being
second.
mindful of it
Put one
in
in.
ordinance when we
Yes.
now have this defined boundary. Having the map will help.
Yeah.
Because as you bring something forward to the board, whether it's this board or a future board, we'll say, oh, that's in the urban services boundary. Therefore, it does make sense to add sidewalk because we're gonna eventually add sidewalk everywhere there. So I think to what Supervisor White has said in the past, having the map and making it accurate and having us all understand what it means will go a long towards solving those issues, I think.
Hope, correct me if I'm wrong, would you? Just so I understand very clearly. The urban service boundary map is specifically speaking to water and wastewater capability and nothing more. No sidewalk, no street, no development, no anything. It's specific to utilities, water and sewer. Is that correct?
Slightly different, but almost correct. The map itself is showing us where there's water and sewer service capabilities. So you're
Right.
correct on that. The reason we care about that is because that's a logical place to put intensive development that needs public water and public sewer.
Correct.
Outside that area is a logical place to have development that's lower intensity that can survive on septic.
I guess what I'm saying is this map does not make or impose any requirements. It's informational.
Right, it's a guide to help us understand where our
It
intensive
doesn't
uses
set
should
forth any
be.
requirements for
Correct.
sidewalks, streets, drainage, or stormwater for that matter, which is a utility. It's not
Right.
included in this.
Right, this is not dictating a roadway design. You're correct.
I agree with what you're saying, Kurt. I
Yeah, I
want to
just-
make sure that, I totally agree.
I want to make sure
Yeah.
we all understand it and
I mean, I think in enacting further legislation in the form of ordinances or even approving or requiring subdivisions, we would keep that in mind
Right,
when they tell us they're in or out of the urban services boundary.
right.
You know, we would promote intense development, more intense development inside the boundary, less intense development outside of the boundary.
Sure.
That's what it means, and maybe we should say that. Maybe we should flat out say that in here. Maybe it does say it. Okay, well, it probably does. I just, there were a few words in the, 1,100 pages that we had to read this week.
This week, since Sunday morning.
Yes, well. Yes.
Okay, Greg, do you have anything on chapter 3?
I do. I have a sentence fragment for consideration on page 20, first sentence, third paragraph. Before I say what it is, the dichotomy between well-managed growth and economic vitality is that we very often fall into a silo and talk about one without acknowledging the need for the other in the moment. Well-managed growth, to my mind, means, the verbatim here, preserving the natural, scenic, and environmentally sensitive areas. But well-managed growth also has to recognize that the city does not continue to thrive and its residents don't thrive without economic vitality. So what I'd like to insert here is well-managed growth is also essential for preserving the economic health of the community as well as the natural, scenic, and environmentally sensitive areas in and around Carson City. It doesn't need to be exactly those words, and maybe this isn't the right spot. I would just like to acknowledge that
piece
well-managed
of it.
growth actually includes growth.
Everybody okay with that? I think, yep, okay. Do you have any more, Greg, or was that your?
Sure. After the word preserving, first line, third paragraph, economic health, for preserving the economic health of the community as well as, and then pick up at the.
Okay. Vern, something else?
Yeah, I had a few just clarifications, I guess, more than anything else. On page 24, under range of land use opportunities, there's a partial list that they talk about, provide opportunities for a range of residential, mixed use, commercial. Should industrial be in there? They also then talk about
Green,
public
rare,
spaces and then open space, and you talk about open space. Should you talk about parks? So I guess I'm trying to figure out what was your intent? Was your intent was to run the whole table with all the different land uses? Or was it just to kind of just use those as just as examples as a part of that particular discussion? Does that make sense?
I think you could choose to dial it back and just say, I think it might have originally said, if I remember correctly, just a range of land uses, and maybe through conversations, we added more specificity, but I agree, it's awkward
Is that specificity necessary in this particular case? I don't know if it is or not.
I don't think so.
It
I
just-
think if you say consistent with the land use plan, then it's sort of implicit that, you have a range of uses accommodated in your land use plan would be my thought.
Okay, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted
Simple.
I thought we were straddling the
Whenever
fence.
you leave things out of a list, then people start guessing what you meant, so simple is better there. Okay.
On page 26, bottom of the page, it talks about experiencing the cascading impacts of climate change and drought. I just get concerned when you use the word climate change, it becomes a kind of a lightning rod. I think that's the only place in the document that it shows up. So I didn't know what the commissioners
Oh, yeah.
and the Board of Supervisors thought about that.
Get rid of it.
Okay. Okay. Then we get to the natural, I'm sorry. Did you, oh, it's the very bottom, Hope, last sentence.
In the orangey, in the orange language on the 844
Yeah.
on the bottom there. Okay,
It
are we
just-
all in agreement with that? Yep,
Yes.
yep, okay. It's easier to ask as
Then
we
your
go.
natural hazard map, I'm struggling following the legend. When you look at, for example, when it talks about wetlands, it says lakes. To me, that's a deep dark blue. I don't find a deep dark blue anywhere on the map except maybe on the west side of town, which there isn't a lake there. And then you have,
That's the Brunswick Reservoir.
Oh, it looks like that's the dark
oh,
blue.
okay, there it is. So, and then it talks about the 100-year floodplain. So I think just a little attention to the legend versus the colors on the map would be helpful. because I think that, you know, again, I see
Oh,
the,
riparian, yes.
I don't know, what I think would be the 100-year floodplain comes off gray on the map versus a blue. So I'm just thinking there might be some attention to that. And then the other thing, Carson City boundary, I think that becomes difficult to read, even though I know you're trying to highlight that as a yellow with black dash lines. Graphically, I think you might want to look at that again.
And that yellow does follow the shoreline rather than going out into the lake.
It's true. Okay. Just two more.
And while you're on that one, though, can you even, I don't know, palustrine, what are we depicting on that?
Can we identify what
On
we're
the-
indexing?
Yeah, what is it?
My recommendation, I think that's a carryover from the original, it's more detailed data than we talk about or need in this document. I would just collapse it to wetlands generally and call it
Thank you.
good.
I like that idea. I'm like, the what? The playa, the palustrine. Anyway, thank you. Would fix the legend. We're gonna go with that. Okay, what else you got?
Okay. And I have a sticky note, which I have no idea why I put a sticky note here, so we're gonna go past that one. On to the next one on page 31. On 31, 3.4, it talks about pollinator-friendly landscape. It talks about encourage. I think with the passage of Title 18, that's not encourage anymore. I think that's a requirement. So again, just kind of going back to trying to be as accurate as we can. If Title 18, I believe, basically,
Gives them the list,
yeah, said basically you have to have all of your landscaping plants at 50%.
50% of the pollinator list.
Right, so I think those are my only things.
So are we just taking that last sentence out because it's incorporate, the first sentence does it? Because it's already part of our code? We don't need the encourage part?
Or you just keep it with the word require, only because then
Require the
master
use?
plan justifies the rule.
So require instead of encourage?
Yeah, because you're already requiring it.
That's the word I put in, but we won't have to
Okay.
stay with that. I just use
Everybody
that.
okay with that? Okay. Next one. Got another one, Vern?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, Mo, I thought we
That's
got
all right.
yours. Backwards, he had more to say. Sorry about that, Mo. What do you got?
On page 20, towards the bottom of this second paragraph, the sentence says, at its current capacity, the city's water and wastewater facilities have an estimated build-out population of 76,000. Couple of questions there. That's the first time I've heard 76,000. It's always been 80
75
whenever
to
I've
80.
heard that referred to. So what's the real number?
It's actually, we put it in the growth management report. I'm not recalling, but I'm thinking it's close to 76, but we'll look at the growth management
Align that
report.
to the growth management. Again, let's have the same answers.
The next question is, at its current capacity,
Doesn't
is this
wanna know
number
when
going to
that is.
change when Quill is done? Or is that the expected capacity after Quill is finished?
That includes Quill. I think the 76,000 includes the Quill modification.
We'll talk to the utilities director because we get our numbers from the utilities and public works
Okay.
folks.
We're
So
gonna reestablish our capacity that we lost,
Right.
Right.
not being able to process that water that's already built.
3 million gallons a day.
understood. And we'll just talk to utilities because utilities also presents growth management with all of the projects in the queue. And I think based on the projects in the queue, they know they're building that capacity. So we just have to clarify.
It certainly includes our current capacity, we're just not utilizing it at this point because.
Right. Yeah, this project just brings us back to original, which
Okay.
I think I read in that whole document about how it works when I was pestering Darren about hydro. I think that document said 80,000 is what Quill can do.
We've had anywhere from 75 to 80 on different documents.
So,
Keep on going.
Anyway, we'll get that right number from the
We're gonna
experts.
have a
Page
storybook of
26.
The number,
Towards the bottom
26.
of that,
orange box.
kind of shaded area, according to the hazard management plan, Carson City is at risk of violence due to Carson City's role as a state capital. Did that come out of the hazard management plan? Where does that come from? How many
That blurb
acts
is
of
directly
violence
from there.
because of the capital have we had?
That language is directly from the hazard mitigation plan.
Really?
And having worked on the hazard mitigation plan, the sheriff's office has talked about the risk based on us being a state capital.
And
All
I can
capitals.
tell you without going into details that there've been a number of, while there may not have been a number of direct violent incidents, there have been a number of threats that the community and our emergency response team has had to react to, even if they didn't manifest.
Okay. The next one I have here kind of encompasses page 29 and 31, and it goes to what I talked about earlier today, about what my major focus has been through this is maintaining private property rights. A lot of this stuff here, minimize disturbances to existing stands of mature trees, limit the future hillside development, minimize visual impacts, particular focus on areas identified on the skyline map. Then over to page 31, tree preservation and replacement. Require the retention of healthy mature trees and enforce requirements for replacement. As Vern alluded to, encourage the use of pollinator-friendly plants for non-residential multifamily developments. How is it the city's business that we tell people how to develop their properties? While all this might be a good idea, and a reasonable developer would likely do these things because people don't want to buy in the middle of the desert usually. I would, but, for me, like when we get back to the Schultz Ranch spa area, I'm not inclined to deal with landscaping. So in essence, as a customer, you take me out of the available pool of customers because I'm not dealing with trees and 12 shrubs. Why don't we let these developers build the product that they believe they can sell? If people don't buy them, they'll start over. If somebody thinks they can sell Stepford wives, why would we interfere with that?
I believe in the review of Title 18, we took out the required language for the trees and requiring people to maintain that. The replacement is still there, but requiring them to maintain it, I think we had that discussion.
We did, and it didn't get far enough, in my opinion.
But we
I
went
thought we
further
corrected
than
it.
we've ever been.
But we could look.
I don't think we did. But we could take a look. But if we did take it out, then this draft has to be adjusted to match what 18 is as we passed it. And again, I bring this up,
If we go to page 31,
page 31, yes.
do you want under 3.4E, are you suggesting the removal of the second sentence then that says continue to require the retention of healthy mature trees as
Yes,
part of the development process?
yes.
Okay, and I think Supervisor Horton may be right that we softened that actually in the code. And we tend to give quite a bit of flexibility.
I think
To be
Supervisor White
honest.
yelled at me about the trees in the last one, I remember.
Well,
Consistent with what we did in Title 18. How about we say that? Because we took out
Can it
the,
be instead of require, have encourage? But I'm not comfortable taking it out, so.
I think what we did, didn't we fix the part that it used to say, if you remove a tree, you gotta put 2 in or 4 in, or
You-
we
you s-
fixed that.
You still have to do the replacement,
It's a
But
one for one now.
requiring someone to maintain a specific tree on their property, which might impact the development of their project, doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you look at the private property rights that Supervisor White referred to.
Right.
And we can look, I thought we removed the word required. I'm okay with encourage, certainly you should encourage it, but I don't know that you could say, hey, you're not building that house because that tree's there. Have a nice day.
The truth of the matter is, in practice, we don't say you can't build that house because the tree's there. The tree's allowed to be cut down. If-
That's the way municipal code
Right.
was.
I think we
I
fixed
think you
it.
changed it. So I will make a note here for 3.4E on page 31 to modify consistent with the language in Title 18.
Mhm. Look what we did.
And you're talking about homes. I mean, I'm not comfortable with saying to, well, look, everything we're doing is a fine line between property rights and the community's right to live in an area that's beautiful and encouraging and places where people want to live. Both of these are, I mean, it's always we're walking a fine line. I'm not comfortable saying to a commercial developer that you can put asphalt on your 5 acres in the middle of a gas station. Bad example. Middle of a doctor's office. I'm not so if you're building a doctor's office, and I'm not comfortable saying, hey, go on ahead and just put 5 acres of asphalt on there. We don't want any trees. We don't want any rocks. You do whatever you want. I'm not comfortable with that. So I'm fine with softening some of the language,
Right.
but we should be encouraging, in my opinion, the beautification of these areas. A master plan is not, we're not forcing people. So I'd be comfortable as long as we're softening language to Supervisor White's point. But the regulations are, again, completely different, which we've spent a lot of time addressing.
Yeah, just marry this one up with what we did.
And just so everyone's clear, the landscaping standards that are regulatory do not apply to single-family residential.
Right.
Well, and I will agree with you that the city should absolutely be involved with making sure that the health and safety standards are met. I would not want a daycare center next to an oil refinery.
That one went to record.
But frankly, if a doctor wants to put 5 acres of asphalt down, if that's the doctor's business model, why is that the city's business?
Well,
We have a landscape standard that you have to meet if you're the doctor or whoever the developer.
Doesn't matter who you are.
That's my point. Why?
and I'm not comfortable saying we shouldn't have one. I'm not comfortable saying that.
Nope.
We should always have a standard for that, and that's part of the beautification of the community, and keeping that standard intact is important. My point is, I don't want to say required and have them say, well, I guess I can't build a doctor's office here on this property that I own because I have to save one tree.
Yeah, so encourage or just align with the Title 18. So we met you halfway. Maurice, you got part of it. Got any more?
Well, that takes my other 47 tabs out of my booklet here.
Gosh, we're gonna get done sooner than we thought. Okay. Anybody? So I already had done Vern. Curtis, any more for you? Ellen, any more for you? Yes, what page?
I just had one comment. Community rights versus individual property rights. It comes up throughout the entire document. It might be a good idea to have it as a guiding principle, so we speak early on in the document to what our philosophy is on that, so that as an individual goes through the document, they can see that common thread and that it's being supported, instead of us
You think we can reach agreement on a
I was gonna
paragraph
say.
that will?
Well,
mighty
you're
optimistic.
brave. Are you gonna take the first stab at that one, Ellen? No.
Okay. It was a good idea.
Yes.
We'll just let it go at that.
Yeah.
Right, and-
But we
and-
understand what you're saying, is we're trying to thread the line. That's the
And
answer,
I've
really.
heard
Right.
that conversation before, as far as community right, and I will say, not you specifically, but what right do you have to enjoy looking at my property the way I want to have it?
It's okay. We're moving on. Lisa, you got anything?
On page 32, 3.4 8.5A, in the coordinate with Lyon, Washoe, Douglas counties to minimize land use conflicts at shared boundaries. I spoke a little bit to Hope about this, and I understand that while it would be wonderful to be able to do that, and collaborating is incredibly important, it can sometimes be difficult. I would like to highlight it, though, and perhaps we could do the little note, the see also, like we've done, or I see in other areas. And so if you see also 5.1F, which is on page 46, because that speaks to neighboring counties, recognize that Carson City's economy and economic development are impacted by a broader economic unit that includes surrounding counties. We are impacted by those counties as well.
Zero say. So I appreciate this comment that is useless, but yes, thank you.
But it's
Other
important
than
to
Skip
highlight.
Daly,
I mean,
that tries to make us do it.
exactly. I was
Yeah.
going to say, there's a state
Yeah.
law that requires us to do that thing.
Yeah.
There is. And
Well, it says we have a meeting.
the other, okay, the meeting is to plan. Anyway, to that point, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I think
Yeah,
it should
we've
be there.
done
But to
zero.
that point, again, all it means is that we should work with them. And if Lyon County is going to build, 1,000-unit housing complex in Mound House, we need to go talk to them about that, about how it's going to
Absolutely.
impact us. You know, they may decide to say, to Mo's property rights point, up yours, but, at least we have a discussion with them. And that's all it's asking us to do.
Douglas didn't come to
And-
us with their 2,500.
Nope, they didn't.
They didn't, not even a peep.
So wouldn't it be nice if we can normalize having discussions?
Yeah.
Normalize
Yes.
having those collaborations and outreach, and present it in such a way that it's win-win instead of too bad. And I think that is incredibly important. I also, on 4.
Everybody's okay with adding the note, right? I'm assuming,
Well,
yes.
can I add
Okay.
something to that real quick? Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna have that sort of language, maybe we should include, we need to have conversations with the tribes too, because they're building a big housing housing development down here. It's,
With neighboring communities, with neighboring communities. That's what it says.
No, it doesn't.
Or.
It says Lyon, Washoe,
Oh,
and
on
Douglas,
the-
and we could just add in neighboring communities.
It does on the other page, the surrounding, it says counties, but yeah, communities. So,
If
yeah.
we're going to make it consistent with Supervisor White's earlier comment about Story County, we should probably include Story County here.
Or just saying.
Just neighboring.
Yeah.
Just change it to neighboring.
Yeah.
Because states included that way, just neighboring.
And then on 4.3B, recreation partners, and it's on page 30.
Nope, you're going too far, girl, sorry.
Well, oh wait, I'm first for this way. No.
She was smart, she got that one. She goes, oh, I'm
was,
ready.
Thank you.
That was
Oh,
good.
wait, we're
Okay, everybody in agreement, what we've got? Everybody done with chapter 3? And then we're gonna come to Lisa, but we're gonna take just a 5-minute recess, because we had lunch. So.
I apologize for jumping in front of you.
back in. We're on chapter 4. Lisa, go.
Excellent. So grateful you said something. All right. 4.3B on page 39. So the recreation partners.
Huh.
And I would just like to recommend or suggest, so it says continue to pursue cost-effective sharing of facilities and resources with cities' existing and potential recreation partners. Perhaps to say, continue to pursue cost-effective sharing of facilities, resources, and maintenance opportunities with the city's existing and potential recreation partners. I think we have an opportunity to encourage other organizations to help maintain some of our facilities.
The pickleball dudes, do not steal them from the pickleball courts because they're amazing. The fundraising they do. They are amazing. Okay, everybody okay with that? Is that it for chapter 4? Ellen, anything for 4? Curtis?
No.
Mr. Cron, what do you got?
I have two things. On page 36, going back to just accuracy, when you talk about the quality of life initiative, and it has been a while since I have, been immersed in that, I'm not aware that the quality of life initiative in the second bullet point paid for, or were in the ballot initiative talking about golf courses or a cemetery. I might be wrong on that. But I think it might be worth looking at the original language of the quality of life initiative and to make sure that what being stated in here is correct. A lot of it is. There's money that went to the athletic center, to the aquatic facility, to various sports complexes. And I'm not sure the quality of life initiative paid for any bike lanes. per se.
Just validate question 18
Yeah.
language. Okay,
That's all that I'm looking for there.
okay.
And then on page 37, again, it's a consistency issue. When you talk about 4.1A, it talks about the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Then you go to the Open Space Master Plan, and it says coordinate with the Open Space Advisory Committee on the master plan issues. So should you then incorporate language into 4.1A that says
same thing.
coordinate with the Parks and Recreation Commission on the master plan issues? Or should you just take out that, assuming you would, maybe I shouldn't make that assumption, but if you're going to be making changes to the Parks and Rec plan or the Open Space plan or the Pathways plan, you would appropriately use your advisory boards to do that. So that's just a consistency issue, I guess, for me.
I'd like 401B to look like 401A.
So,
Simple, remember, they're all just bullet, simple
Which,
points, so
Right.
but which master plan are they talking about?
the right one's to the right one. Parks and Recreation is the Carson City Parks Master Plan, Open Space is the open space. I don't think you need to name committees, is what I'm saying.
And that would be my point as well.
Yeah, agreed. Everybody okay with that?
so Vern,
Maurice, what do you got?
so Vern is correct. Question 18 does not include golf courses and cemeteries. And you can review 18 right now if you'd like.
All right,
There
thank you so
go.
much.
He was
How about
on
that for
that.
quick service?
Should have gone this direction first.
I have the same sort of question on page 39, ongoing maintenance. We've had the conversation multiple times about it's time to restructure that 40-40-20 out of question 18. Is this at 4.3A, where they're talking about maintenance, a good place to put in a goal to try to get that funding reorganized so we can do more maintenance and
And
take
less
care of those
buying.
properties that we have acquired?
Wouldn't that go in the plan, the execution plan? What he's saying would go,
Mm-hmm.
to me, would go, because it would fit in with what you're saying, it would go as an execution point, not in this part of the chapter.
Under
Yep.
goal 4.3A in chapter 12,
And
submit
then,
a question to adjust
Right.
Q18 or something.
That shift in funding is pretty large. I think we need to establish
It,
that as a goal, and then in the action plan, a little more detail about how to go after it. maybe. I don't know.
I don't think it's a master
think it
plan
fits here.
goal. This goal hits it, and the implementation is exactly what you just said.
Okay,
As a side note, I'm pretty sure it has to go back to a vote,
I think it does.
Yep.
so it'll be a couple of years,
But
but we need to do it.
It will take a while to get it done.
3 on the
we-
little coding in the back. No,
Yeah.
go ahead. Okay, is that it? Greg?
I have no change.
None.
Nope, nope. Any more out of you guys? Okay. Guys got what you need for that one. Chapter 5. Mr. Pizell, anything? That's because don't do that to me. Okay, 5, what do you got? Anything? Terry? Lori, I actually had, I did. What was bugging me in 5? This is one of those ones that, one of your questions that I saw up there earlier, is this even realistic or explain? I'm just not sure I get it. I guess it all has to do with 5.4A, B, C. We're promoting revitalization, reinvestment in our underutilized areas, things of that. And I guess if it's to look at all sources, I encourage the creation of destination retail developments that include shops, restaurants, entertainment, or recreational venues, blah, 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 blah. Entertainment needs close to home and to attract patrons from surrounding growth areas. Are we being realistic here? It's not where we're going anymore. It's just
Actually,
not.
to a certain extent, it's what we heard. For example, a very easy example, a woman was at the library with her kids. She kind of inquired what we were doing, and she came back by herself the next week. And one of the things she said was, I go to a lot of birthday parties in Reno because they have a trampoline park, and we don't. If I want to do things with my kids, it's always in Reno. We don't have these things. So I actually think there are entertainment things, and the Planning Commission may want to add to this, that we definitely heard are lacking in Carson City. And if we had those attractions, we would get people from elsewhere coming in here for the birthday party. That's just an easy example.
That's not what I said. Is it realistic? Are we going after the right things? What are we talking about? What do you mean by encourage?
I think it's just kind of making a point that this is something the city is interested in. So I think if someone is potentially looking at Carson City, what is the community looking for? It's sort of just making a case for what you're trying to establish. I don't think it compels you to do anything specific other than, as Hope said, we're trying to reflect what we heard. We also heard a lot about that issue from families that we spoke with, and the fact that they, beyond birthday parties, I think even for, just general purpose, that a lot of folks indicated, we love Carson City, we want to be here, but it'd be great if we could do more things at home versus going to Reno or elsewhere.
I think the powerful word there is destination, at its own specific draw.
And I think I would add, it just, our master plan gets published. I mean, developers look at our master plan when they're coming in and have to comply with it. Someone who wants to do a destination event can hang their hat on this and say, hey, you're encouraging this. So as we go to look for maybe an SUP, maybe that statement supports someone, getting an SUP through to use a vacant parcel to do a trampoline park or a axe throwing venue or a shoot an apple off someone's head venue, whatever the case may be. To me, there's
Throw an
no,
axe while drinking beer.
There's nothing wrong with having it, but I'm
me,
not
there's
seeing
no-
any gain.
I don't see any harm in putting it in
Right.
here. But what does it hurt to put it in here?
Right, that's what I just said.
It's a good thing. It really is.
But then I don't see the need of above 5.4B. Ensure existing redevelopment areas are set to expire on schedule as appropriate. They're going to. We don't need a master plan to tell us to make sure that we expire the redevelopment areas. That's a procedural action that will occur. It's not a goal, it's not anything. It's a contract that will end. So strike ensure. Just
Well, and even the very first part of that, undergo a study of potential redevelopment areas.
Is that to look at other ones?
I'm not interested in that at all.
Don't want to do it?
I'm not interested in creating any more redevelopment areas. We
I don't
see,
necessarily like them
we-
either.
we see
You
the,
take your general tax.
we see the difficulties we're having now that the current RDAs are in place and operating and coming to the end of their life. We see the problems they're causing us. Let's not,
Causing us.
They do. They do. They take the money away from the school district and your general tax dollars,
yeah.
and they concentrate them to an area.
Right. We've done a lot in that area.
I'm not saying we haven't, but
I
that's,
don't agree with.
and
either
we
of
no
those
longer, the school districts now get to say yes or no. That law was changed.
Right, it's not fully us, but we, in another part of this, are talking about the potential to develop our corridors, and this may be an opportunity to do that. I'm not saying we're
We're
going
going to do it. It's
Why
just
would
look at it.
Why would we, I don't understand why we would take it out.
Well,
It doesn't make
one
sense
of
to take it out.
It doesn't make us have a redevelopment
No,
district.
nor
but
does it make us,
Provides the opportunity for one if we want one.
We can do that without it being in a master
It's the
plan.
same logic we applied before. If this is a planning document that's going to encompass the next 15 or 20 years, we want to be able to tell somebody that reads this document that we don't say it's guaranteed, but there's a chance that they might be able to do that.
The
you
who
know.
in this case is only us. The who is not the general public for a redevelopment area. But I'm okay with it just saying,
I agree, I had a
Yeah.
note to take out insure.
right, the insure part, we all agree
They're
is
gonna drop
gone.
anyway, I mean, there's no.
Whether we have a study or not, we're not saying when it's happening unless, anyways.
Well, and for me,
That's right.
the reason I would prefer that the language is gone is because, again, as I've said multiple times in other situations, the way these redevelopment areas operate is not what I understand our founders told us was good governance. It does not provide a fair and equal treatment across the community as far as tax revenues being shared. We're currently shoveling millions of dollars back into the car dealers that, frankly, as long as I'm sitting on this board, I won't support that. That's not the right way to do what needs to be done in this community, so.
But none of that has to happen. None of that is required to happen
Correct.
in a redevelopment authority. None of that.
You're right.
Okay, so we're leaving undergo a study, but no guarantees we're ever gonna do anything there. And we're eliminating ensure existing redevelopments expire, because that'll just happen by policy. Anybody else, did I have anything on 5? Greg?
I have one, it's a question for Darcy and Hope, page 42, opening sentence.
Good to get there. Holy mackerel. What the heck is that?
Oh, that was me,
Microphone?
sorry.
Had a little wind. Piece of paper hit it.
The second sentence, public administration is the largest employment industry in Carson City, blah, blah, followed by healthcare and social assistance industries. That strikes me as common with other small state capitals, at least ones where I've done projects. And I'm wondering, because you both have deep experience across the country, is there anything about our economic vitality that we have not captured in this chapter that you may have seen other state capitals, maybe not exactly our size, but in the smaller state capital range, prioritizing that we haven't prioritized that we should capture here?
Nothing specific comes to mind from my perspective. I would ask Amy if you are on. Amy is our economist on the team, and so she can probably speak more clearly to that than I can.
Darcy, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Amy.
Okay. Yeah, so your question is, should we focus on any other industries? Is that correct?
No, not entirely. My question is, in small state capitals with a similar mix of government assistance and healthcare employment, which seems like it would probably be quite a few small state capitals, Have you seen any particularly successful strategies that this group should be aware of? Just to get our thinking going as, before we lock this document down.
Yeah, none come to mind offhand, but that's something I can certainly give more attention to offline and get back in touch with this group.
My opinion is it's covered. I mean, most state capitals aren't as small as us. I'm thinking
That's right.
Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, Raleigh, North Carolina. They have big universities. They have a lot more going on. What we have isn't a mystery. We have outdoor recreations and appeal. We have the medical that serves, honestly, a region. And we don't have the huge parcels that Story County has, although our neighbor. For the industrial development, we have smaller. And so I feel like this was pretty comprehensive given our particular situation.
Okay, yeah, I certainly didn't want to suggest that there was a shortcoming anywhere. I just, in my line of work, I'm very aware that every city and county thinks it's unique, and if you dig deep enough, you find out it's uniquely like some other city or county. Thank you.
One of the 10 smallest state capitals. Did you know that?
Really?
No, we're not.
What do we got? North Dakota, South Dakota?
According to the Google machine I just looked at, we're not even, I didn't just know that, I had to look it up.
At least he's admitting it. My handheld helper.
I mean, I
Okay.
can tell you who
Anybody
they are if you're
else
interested.
have anything for 5? Mo?
Yes. On page 45, at goal 5.1, establish and periodically update an economic development strategy for the city. So who would do that? And why would we do that when we have NNDA, WNDD, those private folks out of Reno that are doing their thing, EDON, filters down here? What does this look like? What's the idea here when we have so many other agencies that aren't going away, that are already doing economic development strategy for Carson City?
I'll start on that and then Amy can jump in. I think in most of the communities that we work in, there is a dedicated economic development person on staff. And, I think beyond, you guys do have a lot of great regional resources, state resources that other communities don't. And I think that's, something to continue to build on. But having someone who is there day to day, who, when someone wanders in and wants to do a destination retail project, you can say, hey, let's hop in the car and we'll go look at some sites, talk to you about what opportunities we have. It's really someone who is advocating for Carson City on a daily basis and helping facilitate specific projects. And I think that was a gap that we heard in our conversations with development community, with citizens, and thinking about the corridor specifically, was that we need to be doing more to try to, encourage reinvestment in our community. And so, I think that was really striking to us based on our experience that, there really, in the past, there has been someone, a dedicated person on staff, that changed over time. We think it's really important to consider bringing that back. And so while there are a lot of efforts underway, that would be something that could really, someone who could focus. Hope has a lot on her plate day to day. And I think having, someone who can focus on those issues, try to kind of bring together all the different packages and sort of help put together deals that, are being, kind of coming to fruition with the city's help.
So I would just say we should bring that back. Currently, the city manager is assigned to NNDA and WNDD. A certain supervisor is also assigned to work with those folks. That's part of what they do, is hold those inventories, tour those people. I think it's up to the city manager, myself, and I know the mayor gets involved quite often, to get these potential investors hooked up with the folks that are already doing the work. I see this as a duplication of what we're already doing. That's what I do. I'm assigned to NNDA and WNDD. that's what we do. We have conversations with these people along with the mayor. So I think that this could be, maybe some sort of language inserted that what we're doing now, cooperating with these other Governor's Office of Economic Development and those folks is the way we should be going.
We're going to reach a point, and I feel like we're already there, where we do need a single person in that position to focus on the economic development for the city. It's a job that's critically important, and we hear this on a very regular basis, that we have no one doing this. We spread it around a little bit, and we all do our best. You do, I know Stephanie and Nancy, everybody chips in, the mayor, and they do the best they can. But I think if we could focus more directly on that position and give that position some guidance, we would get a much better product in the end. Not that any of us are doing a bad job at it, but we need to focus that energy on economic development and not worry about all of our other responsibilities. And we hear this again on a very regular basis from the community. I think it's important that we leave it in and we focus on filling that position as we move forward in the future.
And I agree with Supervisor Horton. I beyond that, that position can be talking to our existing businesses to try and ensure them that they either stay or expand. I think we're missing an opportunity there where, at one time Carson City by, percentage had among the highest employed in the manufacturing industry. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. But I know we have a little bit of a land issue, but anyway, to Curtis's point, I think it's vital. I would not like to see it, go.
Yes, Terry.
I think one of the things that came up to us on the listening tour was quite a bit of the fact that nobody knew where they were able to start a business. And we're not necessarily talking about the larger companies that go out and NDA are going for. We're talking about the people that maybe have 5, maybe 10 employees that just want to start in kind of an incubator type of a thing. They don't know where to start in Carson City. And I realize everybody, is able to try to help them, but there's not one resource. And luckily for me, as I've been here for a long time, so I can pick up my phone and I have most of the people on speed dial. Most people don't have that. And that's one of the things that they find it very frustrating. And I think the one thing is we've been trying to, from this board, is to get to a position to say, yes, we want you here. Yes, we want to diversify, but there is not one area that you can funnel that into. So please, let's think about that again.
And again, it's not to denigrate any of those associations, but I can tell you from working in Lyon County only saw certain potential businesses come into Lyon County and look at certain parcels. So, I do think there is a little bit of pigeonholing of the individual jurisdictions with regards to some of those economic development agencies, as well as the governor's office. And I think the second thing is part of what you do as someone who does economic development is you follow up and you find out why they chose not to come here. And, did they get some information that was erroneous from somebody? Is there something that the community as a whole needs to do that can, persuade the next type of business to come in and where this one didn't? And that is hard work and it means a lot of effort and a lot of time chasing that information down, but because you also have to know what your community. So, I'm not denigrating any of the elected officials or the county manager's office, but if you have one person whose sole assignment is that type of work, I think they can focus and I think you'll see much better results.
Can I add one more comment? The Story County has got a bill in the session that I think NACO will support. I think Carson will end up supporting it. And it's to ensure that Governor's Office of Economic Development, so GOED, does consult with the counties where they are looking to grant tax exemptions to. Right now, all they need to do is
present.
come to us and give us a letter. And we can say no, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
And so that bill will need a contact in the counties. And I think one more area where a position like this can be vital is in what I talked about in our earlier session, where there's a potential for us to acquire BLM land to do affordable housing. This could be something that someone like that could work with on partnership. So I think there's a lot that they can do.
Just to clarify, the master plan draft does not suggest staffing. That was in an earlier draft that has been removed, so I just want to clarify this. What this is suggesting is creating a strategy. The strategy could be exactly what it is today, and you could say what we're doing today is perfect. Or in exploring strategies, you may, and we heard a lot, I'm not going to tell you everything we heard, but we heard a lot on this listening tour from the state saying when the legislative groups here, there's no place to eat when we get out. And they're leaving. And so there's just so much, I think, in doing a strategy and going through that exercise that will be exposed, that will be positive. And then what you do and what that strategy is and how you implement it, that's for you to decide. This is just saying create the strategy, there's nothing in here saying anything about staffing.
Right. The staffing was removed.
Okay. On page 47, diverse employment, entrepreneurial opportunities, support industry growth and encourage workforce development across multiple targeted sectors. And you go on to list a number of agencies that are working on that. One that you missed is another deal out of the governor's office called Nevada Works.
Oh, yeah.
We do,
That's big.
you'd be amazed at the
It's big.
unique, customizable education opportunities that we bring to employers on that particular board. Nevada Works should be included in this.
Agreed. Do you have any more? That it?
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? Are we done with chapter? We're done? We're done, 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 done. Okay, we'll move on to chapter 6. Maurice, you want to start chapter 6? I'll try it, Stacy. I'll try to go.
We'll see if you can
So
keep
he's
track.
not ready,
We'll
that
see-
means we can go fast.
We'll see if you can keep track of which way to go.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay.
Bold move, that's right.
Oh. Done? Yeah, no.
That's the kind of forward thinking we need in a master plan, Mayor.
Page 55. I'm fully aware of most of the opinions in this room, but staying true to my own. 6.2 at incentives. Again, just like when we were talking about the redevelopment authority before, I do not believe it's appropriate that we provide subsidies, tax credits, and that sort of thing. Stripping that language out of that would be appropriate in my opinion. One other question I have there is, what is the design assistance program?
Where are you?
6.2D incentives at the bottom of the page.
They
Third
have
line.
They have that in downtown Gardnerville. There's a group called Downtown Gardner, or Main Street Gardnerville. And what they'll do is if you're in the downtown of Gardnerville, they'll give you some money or they'll help you design, say, your facade or your sign or something like that.
Is that a standalone C3 or?
It's a private nonprofit, but the
No.
government contributes towards it.
That really goes to the idea of picking winners and losers. I mean, nobody's coming over to my house to put a new roof on. Why would we do that? if a property owner doesn't have the wherewithal to take care of their building, they ought to sell it so somebody with money can take care of it, rather than relying on the taxpayers to do these things.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes?
comment?
Mhm.
So, if I can pull out my dorky policy hat for a second.
Push your button.
Oh, sorry. If I can pull out my dorky policy guy hat for a second. We actually looked at this at Better Cities Project and, comparing best places to do business now versus how they ranked over time and moved around. And a couple of realities stood out. One is nobody likes incentives, but the larger players in the space accept it as table stakes, right? And so I myself I agree with you, Supervisor, but I think that the reality is for larger players, you have to have it in your back pocket. But what we found was that the cities that grew and developed their own business ecosystem, where it's not just, oh, we have this one large employer, but this one large employer has these related businesses that all turned into something. It wasn't the ones that drew a Walmart to town. It was the ones that made it easy for Sam Walton to figure out where he's going to put his first store. And so that's a regulatory question rather than an incentive question for those businesses. And so to the extent that incentives can also become, thoughtful regulatory burden easing in the right circumstance, then that's an incentive that is somewhat proven in other cities when you don't necessarily just want to open the civic pocketbook and hand out TIFs or other whatever the local variation is of redevelopment things. That's all. Thank you.
I think incentives are I'm going this way. Okay, go ahead, Stacy.
Yeah, I mean.
We're going left from my
It
left.
says in coordination with outside agencies. Again, nothing here is committing us to doing anything in the future. Nothing in this statement commits us to do anything in the future. And I don't think there's anyone here who wouldn't think of being creative if there were a way to reinvigorate a certain 10 to 12 story former hotel in the middle of town, if it were to become vital again to the community.
Your ideas.
Wouldn't we,
Yeah.
wouldn't we as a group
Entertain everything.
come up with something so?
If you're asking me.
No, I'm not asking you because I know your answer. I wasn't asking you. That's why I didn't say, is there anyone in the room who wouldn't? Because I know there's one person who would not. But as a body, would we not come up with something to do with that?
Well, we would, and the language says explore the use, and then it says consider.
It's
It doesn't say
permissive.
do
It's
it.
permissive. And something I very strongly believe in is, considering regulatory incentives if they can drive the cost down of developing something for people. If we're talking about developing homes that people can afford, which I know we heard a lot of, then a regulatory incentive is one of the only ways government can get involved with that, absent pouring direct taxpayer money into it. So, you can do trade-offs relative to density to allow people to, put more homes that could be affordable if you mandate that they reach affordability. Again, I wouldn't be for changing it. Our hands are not tied with this language.
Stacy, did you have anything else in chapter 6?
I did. Thank you for letting me. I'm not sure Supervisor White was done. So we'll go backwards. Go ahead.
Yeah, one more on page 56.
Will it go over as good as the last one?
What's that?
Sorry.
It
Will it go over as good as the last one?
Probably.
Probably.
Okay, go ahead.
At 6.3A, place of particular focus, downtown, and opportunities to pursue redevelopment, adaptive reuse of the Ormsby House. Frankly, I find it rather insulting to the owners of the Ormsby House to flagrantly call them out in the document this way.
Yeah, I would agree. I wouldn't call them out.
There are a number of places where the Ormsby House as well as the Kmart building are called out specifically.
We shouldn't
I
do
find
that.
that incredibly insulting. And then to your question, who in this room wouldn't?
No, I did not ask that. I said I knew the answer. I absolutely knew the answer.
No, I would
We're
not.
all in agreement that specific property titles should be removed. Yes, everybody. Okay. So that's something they can do a search and fix.
Talk about that all they want, but I
Yeah, but
don't
not
think we
us.
should.
Is it me now, Mayor?
The other half of what else did you have?
That's
Yeah.
it.
That was it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were, okay.
Oh, I did have one more.
Oh, no, you said
I know,
one. Go ahead.
Well, my little pink tabs got mixed up. On page 60, the capital master plan. I've been having this conversation for a while, that I hope we can maybe get inserted here. I know there are other counties around the state talking about trying to get the state into a PILT system like we have with the feds. I don't expect it to happen anytime
Bill, payment in
soon, but
lieu of
if the
taxes.
conversation doesn't start, it will never happen.
I'd be very reluctant. I think we should have that discussion. I'd be pretty reluctant to put it in a master plan document, just myself. I think we could try bills. I think we could try anything. You know, if this governor keeps going, and I'm not making criticism against him, but they've bought a lot of property in Las Vegas.
Yes, they have.
And I don't think it would take much for them to blink and decide that we're not the state capital anymore. I think we have to be very careful, personally.
Well, I think keeping the state capital here is a pretty good idea, but I don't share your trepidation on them blinking and moving. I just don't. But at some point,
I would support it.
need to put them in a position
Yeah.
to pay for the services they take out of this city, as well as the other counties around the state. And that's why I don't say just for Carson.
Yeah.
Because there's other counties talking about this now too.
At the very least, what we ought to be able to get out of them is some cooperation when it comes to land use. And that's why I
Right.
think this should be included in here, and it's absolutely not something we have.
And maybe that's what our strategy looks like, rather than a payment. Maybe it's cooperate with us on the
Yeah.
maintenance of Golden Eagle Lane,
Or let us have an easement for our parking lot at the fire station, which
you know?
we don't have.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I know. All right, my question is on page 59 on the map. I just made a note, and maybe it's elsewhere, I think I found it elsewhere later. Would it make sense to put the historic district on here, or is that too mappy?
Busy.
Too busy? Just a thought.
I think it would be helpful context on this map because it
Okay.
does cover a good portion of that. So
I would say,
it wouldn't add
let's
to
do
it.
that.
District.
Huh?
So we're adding
Yeah.
historic district.
And then,
Already
on the
know.
Main Street mixed use, how do we decide that it's only one side of the street?
Yeah.
I have an issue with that. Why did we do that? Why isn't it both sides of Carson Street? Is that a mapping thing?
I think that might be a mapping thing. We need to check on that because I'm pretty
'Cause
certain
it-
it's both
I
sides.
zoomed in as close as I could zoom in, and it's one side of Carson Street. And it should be both sides of Carson Street.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Okay, by take a look, you mean you'll just ignore me, or you'll change?
No,
it?
She'll make sure
and
it's
actually,
right.
I have the 2006 version here. So while you guys keep going, let
Okay.
me check on that and we
Okay,
can
gotcha.
circle back to it.
That's all I had in
Well, we're
6.
just saying it's both sides. I don't care what 2006
Right.
had.
I think,
Oh,
yeah, that's what we're
Let's
saying.
go with that.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
do that. I don't think you need to find it. Let's
Yeah.
just make it both sides.
Okay, Lori.
The only thing, Mayor, I
ahead.
do have something. The only thing I would reiterate on incentives is again, this is a planning document, and the ability to make incentives is just another arrow in the quiver. Doesn't mean you have to draw it, doesn't mean you have to shoot it, but it's there. And I think we need to, we tried to find some different ways to figure out how we could get from 2024 to 2044. And maybe that was one of the things that might happen 15 years from now. But it's just, a lot of these things that are in here are trying to look toward the future, not remembering what we did in the past. We're not trying to recreate the old document. We're trying to look forward to the new one. And any ammunition that the Board of Supervisors can have or the Planning Commission can have to help accomplish that, I think we need to leave in here, whether we like them or not.
And I'm going to go ahead and go on the back of that, is that one of the things that people come to me a lot about is the federal opportunity zones. And ours are pretty well limited in Carson City.
They are.
And it would have been really nice if it would have continued on the opposite side of Carson Street, and we would have had something to do with some of the properties on Carson Street that would have been included in that. But honestly, I've had one of the heads of Google come in here and specifically looking for opportunity zones. The other situation we have is, as of today, there's a new bill in Congress because they see that there's a problem as far as urban blight in commercial properties. And they are actually putting together federal tax incentives to take those commercial properties and turn them into residential affordable housing. So this is something that I feel is really important to keep in here because it is not just on the back of Carson City or those taxpayers, that there actually may be some additional funds that could come into this community and help us with our problem as far as affordable housing. So.
Mr. Pryzel, do you have anything? No, my items are already. Okay, Vern. Oh, I did remember.
Just
What happened?
a couple of things real quick. On page 54, it refers in the document, this is a typical comment throughout the document, it keeps talking about the Highway 50 corridor. And I think it should be specifically at least as I am reading, it should be the Highway 50 corridor east is what we're talking about versus west.
Yes.
Plus Highway 50 technically does run through the downtown, I guess, if I recall right.
A piece.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
Not anymore
Well,
since the
Oh, that's right,
freeway.
because the street.
William Street west of the overpass and Highway 50 east.
Right.
So
Yes, correct.
So just
I-580.
again, a
Conversation
search and
was-
replace to accurately reflect that the Highway 50 corridor is east, not going to Tahoe. Okay?
Okay, now, now going back to the map, a consistency thing on the map on page 57, under Main Street mixed use, in the narrative there, second and third line down, it says portions of Carson Street between John Street and 8th Street. If you look at the map, shouldn't that be between Winnie Street and Stewart Street?
Validate street. Validate streets. Okay, you'll validate the streets.
Yeah, so for me, that's the way I look at it, from Winnie Lane all the way down to the roundabout at Stewart Street would be, based on the map, that's the way I would, that paragraph would have to change. And then the other thing, and I wanted to see if there was any appetite by both boards to take the urban mixed-use area to both sides of John Street. So when you look at, again, going back to the map on 59, you talk about an urban mixed-use area. And you have John Street there, you have William Street, of course, then you have John Street. And so is there any appetite by either board to have a discussion about extending that urban mixed-use zone to both sides of the properties on both sides of John Street to go across William Street? And the reason I'm asking is that when you start looking at the different uses that happen along William Street and along John Street, there's a transitioning area that's happening in there. What's that?
And Vern, I thought we had talked about that when we had looked at the land use map as, at the Planning Commission workshop.
Right, so that's what I thought too. I thought we had talked about that as well, so I didn't.
Apologies. I think we captured that on the land use map in terms of the boundary, but I think that is not reflected on this diagram. You're correct. That's a good catch.
Well, I'm not trying to criticize, it's just that,
Well, when you,
That's-
Let's go to John.
yeah, I think it's Corbett. I think
Basically,
it's
like
Corbett.
John Corbin Rice.
Adams, yeah, that's all that area.
It's not a full 2 blocks, but basically north of Williams, there's a little bit of a jagged edge there where some of it's high-density residential. If you
Yes,
look
and
at
it
the-
should always be both sides of the street too. It should never just be
Yeah.
one half
We
of the
think there's
street.
a mistake.
Yeah.
well, if you look at that use of that whole neighborhood with the apartments, the retail. Why wouldn't we run that mixed use all the way up Stewart Street to Winnie Lane? And the whole neighborhood is mixed use, really. But especially to John or Rice Street.
So it goes Carson, Foundry, and then to Stewart, so that whole block.
Just follow Stewart up the route to Winnie.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's growing. Explain that again?
Well,
If you think about what's there.
this whole area, all the way
Basically
up
from Winnie
Stewart
south to
to
Williams.
Winnie.
Oh,
This
I see what you're
whole-
saying.
This whole neighborhood is all mixed up already.
It's all mixed.
Can
It's
we
all
call it
jungle.
downtown?
Huh?
Can we call it downtown?
No.
Urban mixed use. Mo should be happy. There's no reference to downtown. It's,
That's why I'm buying in.
well, you,
Downtown
oh,
York.
darn it.
So we're gonna
So if I
go from
opened
Winnie,
have I,
right?
have I opened a can of worms here or what here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's mixed use. It is now, if you think about it.
Yeah, it already is
Because
now.
right behind that, yeah, is a mobile home park.
Just
right?
tell us what the implications are between this and the next, I mean, does
Next
it,
time.
does
Next
it, yeah,
time.
cause any issues? Do we develop any problems? Do create any,
Right.
you know?
The main question is what type of mixed use, and is it downtown, an extension, and it's shown
it's
on that
urban
character
mixed use.
areas map, or those are just character areas, those aren't actual land use designations. So if we go to the land use map, it would be shown as either downtown mixed use or corridor mixed use. Those are your two mixed use
Well,
options.
corridor
So
mixed use then.
I think that the high-density residential, though, allows for some supporting services. Am I right about that?
We got a
Hope?
mobile home park
In the
there.
downtown, but we have the right to waive.
Probably have,
Double
you probably
check
you guys
it.
have to look at it and come back
Double
to
check
us.
it and bring it back. That's
Too
our
hard
answer.
to make that on the fly.
Okay, Vern?
And then the last thing is on page 52. It talks about a lushy landscape capital ground.
Lushy, sorry.
I'm not
Lushy.
sure we need lushy.
Only when it's in session.
Only when it's in session. I'm sorry. On page 52, second sentence, it's a well-written first paragraph. It just, a sense of place is defined by the lushy landscaped. Well, I'm not sure that extra adjective is necessary.
They were drinking somewhere in here, it says.
And again, that's the, did you say lushy? Because it says lushly.
Oh, lushly, okay, lushly, but he's, well, that's true too. All right, yes,
So they are a little lushy from
Lushy.
time to time.
yeah.
They're doing a search and replace.
not sure that
for all
adjective is
Ormsby
needed.
House and Kmart and getting rid of them, yeah. That one's a search and delete or whatever, yeah. Okay, did you have anything else, Curtis? We've beat it up pretty good, Ellen. Lisa? Oh
Well,
my goodness, Lisa, you're getting as bad as Mo. She's like, ooh, for that, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
No, you had just spoken of the two mixed use for the urban, and I think because it's Main Street, I think in this case, downtown would be the better fit. I just think that's important.
Oh, just look at it all. Okay. We are moving on. We are not going fast, you guys, so. Okay, the bet is on. Who can speak the quickest and get right to the point? Okay, we're on chapter 7. Greg, you're up.
I have no changes down there. We had in.
That's quick.
In workshop discussions, I said this to Hope a couple weeks ago. I was stunned at the progress we made with land use on our residential areas. I'm very happy with this chapter.
Okay.
You going this way?
Stacy, go since you're ready.
Did you, were you listening to the end of our first session this morning about the BLM program? And I always listen to things you say, Hope, and I'm very hurt. No recovering now. There's a BLM program that allows for, and this may fit in here, I guess I'm just, because you're, so familiar with the exact verbiage. There's a BLM program that allows you to acquire BLM land if it's marked for disposal and use it for affordable housing. And it's part of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, and you pay $500 an acre and blah, blah, blah. So do you think there's enough language in here that will fit right in without having to sort of call that out separately?
I think it will, because what this language originally said at some point, I forget when, is it was really looking at federal and state disposable land for open space. And what the planning commission said in discussions is, well, wait, it might be as we expand our urban service boundary, come into it, so we want to land bank it so that we have flexibility on what to do with it.
Planning commissioners are a pretty smart group of people.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think under the land banking, we're going to be good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My only comment.
Chuck?
Nope.
Lori, yes, comment, or I don't understand what it means. I'm like, you guys maybe discussed it and I missed it completely, but, so 7.2C, page 66 on the manufactured home parks. In the center of it, it says, consider expanding opportunities for
page are you
site-built
on?
housing. 66, 7.2C. I'm not understanding in the middle of it where you're saying put in townhomes and multifamily. You're getting rid of manufactured home parks? That's what that makes me think you're saying.
Actually, there was a conversation where we specifically talked about what do we do about mobile home parks? We have a lot of them. That's a lot of land in the city. And do we want to preserve them because they're important affordable housing? And my recollection is that the discussion was, well, let's give flexibility. Let's allow for redevelopment of mobile home parks if there's an interest in that, so they can build townhouses or multifamily or apartments, and it's not restricted to only manufactured homes. So that was what I think the intent was, unless Darcy has a different recollection.
And that's not where we're gonna do tiny homes, is in our mobile home park?
We will be bringing tiny homes as well, but in addition to tiny homes, if somebody said acquired a manufactured home park and wanted to build a lot of townhomes, for example,
They'll
we
have to
think that would be
comply with
okay. That would
another
be
law,
high-
because you can't displace people.
well, they'd have to
from
follow
a
the
mobile home
NRS
park.
and do all the
Right.
noticing and the
You can't
90
really do
days and
that.
so on and so forth. This isn't saying that we wouldn't follow the NRS. Of course we would. But it's just from a land use perspective, allowing for the redevelopment of manufactured home parks with higher density housing, that would be making a provision for that.
It just says
So
consider, but
as you're
okay.
talking
Let
about
me-
that, the way you describe it, when you say manufactured home park, in the interest of accuracy again, there is a substantial difference between a manufactured home
And a mobile
and a
home.
mobile home. And so
Yeah.
that language needs to be reflected at this point.
We can include a definition that includes the year, I think 1971, when the HUD standard changed from a
Well,
mobile
no.
home to a manufactured home.
What the real difference is, a manufactured home comes on a
ABC
trailer.
home.
It's lifted off the trailer and is always on a foundation.
Mhm.
A mobile home comes fixed to a set of frame rails. They take the hitch and the axles off, and it may or may not be
Right.
on a foundation. That's the difference.
Well, there's also a difference in the HUD standard from 1971, but fair enough, we can go ahead and define those terms. But what this was, and this is a good discussion, we do have a lot of manufactured, or you can call them mobile home parks, in the city. It's a lot of land. It provides for affordable homes for people. So the question, we heard some negative things in the listening tour. The Planning Commission heard those things. And Supervisor Schutte, I think you heard those things. And so the question was, do we reserve those areas for manufactured mobile homes and tiny homes? Because we're going to come forward and suggest tiny homes there. Or are we open to bricks and mortar construction there that would be of sort of high density to have a different type of housing that could still be somewhat affordable?
And I appreciate this conversation as well, because some of the mobile home areas, they are no longer affordable due to the land rent.
Space rent.
The lease rent. And so I think this conversation could help address that.
Well, again,
I
just as
think
we're
when-
under the understanding, it's to still keep high density because it's still less expensive
Correct.
than any other housing type. And so I
Right.
just want to make sure that we're not suggesting all of that is going away.
And,
But
if to,
I agree.
the
Well, they're not gonna
examples
be
were
able to meet the
provided
IRS.
to kind of illustrate that, but it could say for site-built, high-density housing options.
Yeah, because one of the, I don't know, I think I remember something statutorily, you have to be able to move their mobile homes out. And if we have no parks left and nowhere for their mobile homes to go, it's forcing abandonment, and that's what goes for the high space rents and everything else, is people are getting priced out, their mobile homes get taken over by the park owner. You don't always end up with what you're thinking, but okay, as long as it's still to the point of a high density, lower income, I just want to make sure we're not eliminating some areas. But then under 7.4C, are you suggesting, or is this being suggested now, again, can include? We already follow the statute for auction of tax defaulted properties, but demolition by neglect, do we have anything in our current? So we're gonna suggest here that we're gonna start taking properties, and then what is a vacant building registration program? I don't even know what that is.
First of all, we currently have regulations relative to demolition by neglect, and I think Supervisor White followed up on that with me. And it's primarily in the historic district. What you often see is, often, unfortunately, you occasionally see, particularly in a historic district where someone's not allowed to demolish a building, they will open up the building to the elements so that it will degrade to a point where they'll be forced to be allowed to demolish it because it will become a blight. And so that's the concept of demolition by neglect. So if somebody starts opening up their building with that intention, it gives us the ability to, and we have that ability right now, to say, no, you have to secure the building. You can't keep the windows and doors open. You have to board them up. In terms of vacant building registration programs, I feel like South Lake Tahoe just adopted one where it said if your building is vacant, you can be fined or you pay a fee for having a vacant building. This isn't to suggest that we would do this next month or next year. As Commissioner Border said, this is a 20-year plan, and it may be something that the city in 15 years wants. It's just something on the menu if it's something we want to pursue, but it is implemented in some communities. And it's almost like a penalty or a fee for keeping your building vacant.
Is that something we're wanting to put in our master plan? Well, I'm just gonna go on a record, say I'm not super comfortable with,
It doesn't force
With
us to
that.
do it.
it still gives you the opportunity, and it's not me
Have the
that's here in
opportunity
20
now.
years, but
But the cost to the city of having buildings vacant for a very long time, I mean, that's a huge impact to the city and loss of opportunity for the city for buildings that are taking up space within. So it's finding that balance, and so it's about being a good partner.
I'm just going on the record, I'm not interested. One way or the other, I'm just not interested. I think there's so many things in the reason things are vacant to charge someone that's already trying to deal with a difficult property and say, guess what? You get to pay me 1/2 of your property tax in vacant registration annual. I'm not interested in going there. I think we have lots of other tools I'd rather use to help them get it
I'm not
sold.
interested in going there either, for the record, but I am interested in leaving it here as a future option. I have no desire to do that.
Right.
None.
You have to decide whether, if at some point the city decides to go forth and do it, are you recapturing the cost of lost revenue to the city because it's vacant? Or is it a punitive measure to
I
get
think
property
you have
owners off their tails and have them make the property active? Those are two very different paths.
I can have a rule
is-
about it, right, without it being in the master plan. I guess that, when I see something in a master plan, even though I don't have to implement it, it suggests that I will. I mean, I don't know.
As long
I
as
don't
you
know.
have that on the table as an
Yeah.
option,
Yeah.
it creates the ideal that you might do that, of course. But I will say this, when it comes to these vacant properties in town, So long as they're not creating a health and safety hazard, I don't think it's any of our business. And worrying about lost revenue, I reject that concept as well, because in my mind, based on my idea of private property rights, we're pushing the envelope asking for property taxes. I don't know how else you support the community, but to look at a vacant property as I'm losing revenue, oh, you should just be glad you're getting anything out of it. If it's not a health and safety issue, it's none of our business.
So I just ask, you all want to leave vacant building registration in there? I mean,
I don't.
You can at any time make an ordinance or a rule here. I just don't want it in the master plan, I guess is
I don't
what
care
I'm
if you take
saying.
vacant building registration program out, but I don't want the rest of that.
No, that's the one I'm talking about. I want
I
to
thought you were talking
eliminate.
about eliminating the whole thing.
No, I'm talking just the line, vacant building registration program. I
have
don't
a
want
problem
that in a
taking it
master
out.
plan. We take that out? Everybody's okay with taking that out? Okay.
I'm going to throw something out here, okay? And it's just because I've lived in other communities. And I've lived in other communities that's actually had, tough drug programs and so forth, absentee owners. And I've had them come into fourplexes. And all of a sudden you have a lot of drugs. You have a lot of other issues going on. You have a lot of police activity. One of the properties that we actually had to show the police activity that they had over 400 calls in less than a quarter. This is resources that are being taken from the city. When I look at this and I actually pushed the city of Lacey to go ahead and actually contact the owner, who was an out-of-area owner, who was using it as a tax write-off, to either decide to take it, to offset the abatement costs for the services provided by the city, or to allow it to be sold at auction, because he ended up being like 4 years back in taxes. What we were able to do with that was actually put it up on auction through the city, get the money back from some of the services that had been put in there, clean up the meth house. And what it did is it actually improved the community. So I look at this and say, again, like Charles said, it's another bow in the quiver.
I don't want it. I don't want it in the master plan. The vacant building part. Demolition by neglect, things like that. We already have the laws for the drug dens. We've already revoked business licenses. I think we're an aggressive city when we really have
Nuisance ordinance.
true issues like you're discussing. We're pretty aggressive. We even shut down a cement plant because it wouldn't keep its embers on its own, and it wasn't even impacting people in our own county. We did it because it was impacting another county. So I think we're just I don't want to give the impression in a master plan that vacant building registration is where we're going. Do we have it already as a quiver? Of course we do. And if we need to, we can do it, but I just don't think I want it in a master plan, so it's out. Okay, what else? Terry, did you have anything else? Did you?
Honestly, I don't see any issue with having that included as a measure that can be included with regards to the vacant building registration program. I do have a concern about the last part of that sentence, about the expanded use permissions for long vacant and underutilized structures. I think that's just.
Actually, the planning commission had already requested that come out. That was an oversight, so that does need to be removed.
Wait a minute.
thank
I
you.
thought we
Okay.
just talked earlier that was the great thing. If we have a parcel that's underutilized and been vacant for 10 years, you could come in and say, look, I've got a proposal.
But that's different.
doesn't
That's
fit.
different
That's
than
different from a
use.
vacant and dilapidated
This-
property.
This is rewarding somebody for not taking care of their property.
Okay. Well,
And it
vacant, it says
also-
vacant.
Well, it's also, you can't expand a use. With dimensional criteria, you can have some flexibility. You can't tell somebody, okay, you have a residential use, you have 3 uses in the zoning district. Oh, but we're gonna give you this 5th use because you had a vacant building that no one else gets to have.
No, that we can't get used, that we can't get, I thought we were talking earlier, we're not talking about a 10-story building that we might have, that we can't get anything done on it. You're telling me we wouldn't potentially rezone that property?
You could rezone, that's
Because a
okay.
project came in?
You could rezone.
Wasn't
But
that what
short of
this says?
rezoning, you wouldn't suddenly let uses established that weren't
No,
allowed.
I mean, we'd rezone it, but
Yeah, so you could say that.
We could do elsewhere. I mean, we
Yeah.
already talked about being able to do that.
in
Yeah,
another
under-
section.
Right, I don't think. I
You're
think
saying we
you
don't
can-
need it here? We already have that in
I
the
think you
other
can put a
section?
period
Leave
after
it.
demolition by neglect,
Okay.
period, and leave the rest off.
Because we already have it covered somewhere else. Okay.
Sorry.
Maurice, I'm skipping you because you're going to be last and hopefully everybody's covered yours. Vern, you got anything?
I'm good on 7.
Okay, anything else for Curtis, Ellen, Lisa? Okay, Mo, are you done?
Page 67,
Oh, we were close.
at 7.2H, remove potential regulatory barriers to the construction of affordable housing. What regulatory barriers are there? What are we talking about?
So lot size is a typical thing, density is a typical thing, just providing more
Okay.
flexibility in your development standards to make better use of the land that's available.
Okay,
And also allowing smaller unit sizes where you may have kind of a minimum unit size currently.
thank you. At 7.3A, develop strategies and incentives such as low-cost loans. You know, you already know my thought on incentives, but I got to tell you, the city should not be in the home loan business. We've done that with the redevelopment areas, and it's a disaster. And we should just take that off the board. I don't want that considered at
A
all.
partner,
So
not the
this is a
city.
case where this would not be the city leading that effort, but basically making people aware that these programs exist and trying to connect them with those
Like with
partners.
rural housing, they have a
Yeah,
plethora
so we
of
can
housing.
clarify that language to make that more
Well, you're gonna
clear.
have to restructure that sentence, because that isn't what it says.
Fair.
Says work with partners. Okay, but look at it if there's a strength.
Yeah, work with partners to develop strategies and incentives. So you're gonna develop an incentive such as a low-cost loan.
There's, okay.
You're gonna have to restructure that. If your idea is just making your partners aware of low-cost loans, that sentence needs to be
The
restructured.
other way around. Curtis, you had something?
I want to go backwards for a minute to 7.2H where it says remove potential regulatory.
Can't hear you.
There we go. Let's go back for a moment to 7.2H where it says remove potential regulatory barriers. Hope, is somebody going to be able to strong arm us in the future with that language? Is somebody going to be able to come in and say, hey, the master plan says you're going to remove them, so don't try twisting my arm to follow a rule, remove it.
Yeah. First, no, because I know of no, we actually have really good regulations and we see it. I mean, we have such a diversity of housing we're building here. When you see the regulatory obstacles, it might be that they have very limited multifamily development opportunities, or they don't allow for smaller lots. We have that. So realistically, I think we're in good shape on this. I can't think of any regulatory barriers. When we talk to developers of affordable housing, what we're hearing from them is that Carson's land cost is greater than our neighbors, and that's why we're not getting affordable housing. And we sort of solve that on a way by making the land available, but I don't think we
Who
have other
decides what a
land.
regulatory barrier is? Is that your decision?
Well, anybody could argue something's a regulatory barrier. The building code could be a regulatory barrier,
Still
but
have to argue it in the
Us.
context of the ordinance.
And
Us.
typically, when you would be updating your regulations, the master plan says this, you would do a scan of your regulations to see, is there, with stakeholders and say, what's tripping you up? Let's talk about it in a forum like this and kind of go through that. ADUs is the other instance that typically comes up in terms of communities that just flat out prohibit them and don't provide that opportunity.
Okay.
Stacy, you had something else?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I don't know if, I have something that, I don't know, it's not mentioned in here specifically, but you talked about it earlier, and I think this is the appropriate chapter for it. How do we address, and I've spoken to you about this before, Hope, and I think it's one of the conflicts that we see often when we have developments brought forward, is transitioning from one type of density to another type of density. And so how do we, and let's use Anderson Ranch just because we all know about it. The interior is denser, although it didn't really turn out this way, but the interior was denser than the exterior. And the board that we sat on that approved that sort of felt like, at least one of the reasons for me approving it was that there was a transition where the perimeter was matching what's existing, and the infill was increased in density, so that the people who are in the existing homes have homes next to them that are the same as theirs. And the people who are buying in the new area are buying with their eyes wide open that what they're buying into means that they're going to have smaller homes or smaller lots in front of them. So how do we make that work here? Because I think that goes a long way towards solving a lot of the consternation that we get from our citizenry. If you could do a development that allows people to back up to homes the same size and lot size, I should say, as theirs, I think there's a lot less opposition and a lot less conflict.
So page 70, or page 102.
Yeah, it's later. It's
Okay,
elder.
sorry, brought it
Yeah.
up too soon.
Yeah,
Okay,
too
fine.
soon. It's in there.
102? Okay, just, you tell me to shut up and we move on.
It's in there. It talks about abutment of, so, okay.
What number is it?
LDR 16 is one example.
The other one too. It's in
Thank you.
multiples. Okay. All right, we're done with chapter 7. We're gonna move to chapter 8. Is this the easy one? Anybody have anything on chapter 8, or are we all good with it?
I had a couple things, but I don't know. You pick where you want to start.
Well, Vern, I
Okay.
think you're the only one that has chapter 8, so go.
Okay, 70, page 70, they talk about the Brewery Arts Center and some of the other galleries. The Bob Boldrick Theater is not mentioned. I thought that might be, more or less important or not. And then the other thing is the map. I guess the Historic and Cultural Resources map. It talks about for example, like the V&T Trail. If you look at the map and you look at the symbol for the V&T Trail, it takes you all the way through town and into Washoe County and into Douglas County. And at least in my mind, when Muscle Powered, for example, talks about the V&T Trail, it's just into the Carson River Canyon. So I guess
No, it's all the way. Donna, that's her project. Isn't that what she's working on? To
But-
get the signage for that whole thing?
and that could be.
It's up by my house too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, the
Donna's
map just
project.
wasn't working with me, but that's okay.
Double check map.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
You can change it from trail to V&T, historic V&T route, and it's solved.
Historic. In the legend.
Well, I think that's,
Historic.
Route.
that's what Donna calls it, is the V&T Trail.
Yeah, but
it,
historic
but-
gives you the answer of what we're looking at. Okay, anybody else? Chapter 8 is done, okay. Chapter 9, a connected city. Let's start with, let's just go from the end. Lisa, anything?
9.2, the coordinate land use and transportation decisions. On the transit support, and so this would be, actually, I think on, let me look, 86. Sorry, I thought I was on the right. Oh, no, so page 80. we talk about transportation system and the different alternative modes of transportation. I would like included, and I don't know what the verbiage would be, but to encourage bike racks near bus stops, and so that folks who need to use public transportation, but a route or a stop is a distance from where they live, that there's a safe place to store a bike or something.
Would that be more of a specific action as opposed to a broad action?
It's really just one of the amenities, so I mean, you could
Okay.
add it to that patterns and amenities and just add it to that list that's in the parens potentially is something that's kind of a factor when you're looking at those types of
Okay,
developments. Does that
okay.
work?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Seems like Campo has some language in their unified
Right.
multi-use path thing too, right?
They do. I just didn't know that because we're talking about all the different nuances. I just thought it important to bring up.
Was that it? Ellen? Kurt?
Good.
Vern?
Good.
Supervisor White?
Of course.
Go for it.
On page 79, looking to the future, partway down in that very top paragraph, the city will seek to ensure that most major destinations are accessible via safe. Why wouldn't we seek to make all of our destinations, not just most of the major ones?
Well, yeah. I mean, some are definitely not. I mean, maybe that's the reason. We definitely have parks that are not accessible. So,
Well,
I mean, it could be a goal that we would make them all accessible, but I know we have park playground equipment in some of the parks that are not, they're not accessible.
The last phrase, with or without their automobiles, kind of constrains you the most. Because there's a lot of neat stuff in Carson City you can't really
Even-
do without,
even if you're without your automobile, the access should be safe and enjoyable,
right.
regardless of the facility.
Well, it's the width part, right? Because aren't there some places that you really can't get to in a car? I'm not suggesting your point is incorrect. I'm just saying that maybe the solution is the last part of the sentence.
The word accessible typically means accessible in terms of disabilities. When you see the word accessible, it implies to someone with a disability that it is an accessible space. That's what the word accessible means.
I think it's kind of a high bar to say the city will ensure that all destinations, parks, and open space areas are within the community are accessible, so on and so forth. If you want to place the bar there,
Well,
but that's a pretty high bar.
I think we could leave the words seek to ensure. My comment is most major destinations. Wouldn't we
So we can
seek?
take away the word most and just say the city will seek to ensure that major destinations, so on and so forth. Does
Both
that
of
work?
those words, most and major.
Okay. So we're just going to seek to ensure it.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as we don't commit too much. Okay.
Well,
So we're not changing anything? What?
No, he was what's going to happen on page 79, the words
words.
most major will be deleted. If everyone's good with that.
I'm not hearing any objection, so on to page 81 at 9.3B. The facilities provided within the community to serve a more diverse cross-section of residents. Who are we leaving out? Seems to me like we have parks and community public facilities all over this town that the doors are unlocked. What part of the residents are we not including?
I think so too.
We could just say continue to broaden the types of facilities provided within the community to serve our citizens, to serve residents,
Yeah,
Yep.
or just period, because it may not be residents.
that's right.
Continue to broaden the types of facilities provided within the community
Period.
for the benefit of the public or something. Okay,
Community, it's a perfect end.
Just end with community.
Yeah.
I think the second sentence in that goal is probably the most important one, though.
yes.
No.
What's that? I didn't hear.
He
hear you.
wants to serve a more diverse cross-section of
No.
residents.
No,
We
no,
don't need that.
no.
He's talking about second
No,
sentence.
Second sentence.
my statement was the implement the unified master plans as adopted to promote the shared use of trail corridors and increased access for persons with disabilities. I think is key to that goal.
Oh, yeah,
I
absolutely.
agree.
I'm still not understanding then what we're doing in that sentence.
No,
'cause there's
Rob's not
two
asking for
sentences.
anything. He's just highlighting it as a
There it is.
valuable
Period right
sentence.
there. That comes out. This stays in.
I thought he said strike it all.
No.
We're adding.
Not adding anything.
Well,
No,
there
you-
wasn't a period there. Got it now.
Oh, you added a period?
There's
No.
a period after the word community, and then we start the next sentence.
There's a period after residents.
Okay, can't see it, but go.
Right there.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Need these?
No, I do usually, but yeah. Okay. Okay, is that all for you, Mo?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we're running down this.
I'm good.
Line, good, 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 good. Hey, whoa, this is our biggie. We are doing chapter 10. Oh, let's see. Actually, I'm gonna see if I had any first. I don't think I actually, this is the big one. Okay, it's dumb.
While she's looking, I will say that I
Page
like
101.
I like the way this is organized.
Me
I
too.
really enjoyed this better than what we had before. This is, to me, is a major improvement.
I agree.
So LDR 1.2 density. Uh-huh. Just partway down, I'm just thinking that's an error because I thought we got rid of RR, right? So there is no more RR. Rural residential is a goner, so we shouldn't have it. You're saying provide a transition between RR developments and open lands. There is no RR. Right, so just consistency throughout in case we miss any of those. Let's go with page 103. I might need those glasses. 103, you have an error on MDR. 1.2 density, unless I've read something else wrong, allows for densities of 2 to 8 dwelling units.
And speaking
High
of that,
density is 8. You're right.
yeah, the medium density is listed as 3 different things throughout.
Right.
So we need to, it's 2 to 8 on page 93, 4 to 10 on page 125, and 2 to 4 on page 103.
Right, that's
So-
what I'm getting to.
right.
Same thing, she got the third page. I thought, whoa, we're doing good with medium density and how many square miles our city is. But just, if you can just run a check and make sure they're matching everywhere.
What was that last reference again, quickly?
Page 103, there were it was listed as 2 to 4 homes per acre.
Actually, I would just say, if you could just take a read through, because again, an established SR neighborhood, just double check you're no longer using old language and designations, that you get them matched up. Typically uses to generate more. Oh, I really want to talk about page 107, 1.1, the vertical mixed use. I don't want to tell people that the restaurant has to be on the bottom floor if the restaurant should be on the 10th floor, because that's where you get view. So I think we're trying to tell people how to put the intensity of their hierarchy in their building there. Is that what I'm reading? Yes.
Space Needle in Seattle rings a bell.
Yeah, you want your top story is where your view is, and you make big bucks maybe by putting it up there. So I'm just wondering.
Well, it goes to private property rights. Why would you tell me how to build the building
Yeah, I don't want.
that I've created a business model that I think I can sell? Why would you tell me I can't do that?
I think the language is should and not will.
Typically, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, about the top story. Typically, you'll want your non-residential use on the ground level to encourage street activity and sort of a vibrancy at the street. That's not to say it couldn't be at a higher level, but I think this is saying that when you have vertical mixed use, you're kind of looking for some energy at the street level.
I'm
When
not
you
buying
make
it. I'm
those
just
kind of-
telling you, I think having a restaurant on the 10th story might be the most vibrant thing that happens to
Well,
get them to come
We're
in
not
the
going to allow
street.
10 stories in the
Well-
downtown, so
I know, but you know what I'm saying. I just don't
maybe
like.
use the language you just said.
Yeah.
Put the language you just said in there. You know, designed to create a
Yes.
streetscape that creates vibrancy.
That's
Say
it.
it that way.
That's what we're after.
You know.
Right. And let them design it. And- I mean, I get what you're after, but. Okay, let's see if I had anything. Yeah, you're gonna laugh.
I'm pretty sure you're not doing a restaurant ever again.
I hope not. I hope not. Okay. Terry, anything for you?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say kudos. I can read the map. This is huge.
Yeah,
You know,
much
I think you've heard that from day one with me as I hated the crosshatches. I hated the dots. And this is so much better, and I really appreciate that, so thank you. The one thing I did notice on all the maps, though, is that although we have this flex industrial, there's no place for it on anywhere.
Is it?
That was
we need
that
to
was
give
what
her
I
input.
flagged for you. So we had, back in October, we had, the last time we were here, we drove around with Hope and we kind of talked about, we provided some recommendations, but I think in the flurry of the conversation, I think where that was going to apply, we still need to nail down because we had some specific suggestions, but.
Yeah, during the drive around, actually, since we're on this, we looked at the part of Fairview going east of Carson Street and thought that that would be a candidate for it, but then we went with the corridor mixed use, which also seemed to make sense. So I think the flex employment kind of got lost because we also, when we looked at the old hospital location, we didn't want to go with a flex there. So it's like, well, let's go medical because we are already going medical at the hospital. And
And that
then we
land
went,
is deed restricted for,
exactly. So
medical,
it made sense
anyway.
to go medical there. And so between going medical in a couple places and the corridor mixed use, it was hard to find a gap.
so
I'm
I
just
guess the
saying.
question is, if we
Do we
can't
need it?
identify any, do we really need it? I mean, can't we
Yeah,
use?
I don't have any light industrial currently.
we have, that's designated industrial. This is the intent of
know,
the
but-
flex, and it actually wasn't called flex industrial initially, it was called flex. And so the idea of that was it was a commercial area that could have office, but also accommodate light industrial, so
Right,
that we
to
weren't
add
too
light
segmented,
industrial.
but wasn't going to accommodate residential, I don't think.
So like maybe Highway 50 from, say, Arrowhead out or
Well,
in the
I
Arrowhead
think
neighborhood
that's,
or
I think that's
Heavier
industrial. I
industrial.
think that's, we want reserve.
do we have a need for it then?
Unless somebody, right now, the planning commission's been reviewing the land use maps and giving us input. I mean, when Darcy first sat down, she says there's still input on the land use map, and the answer is yes, I have 2 more
How
maps to
about,
go
I'm gonna
through.
go with this recommendation because we just don't need to keep
Okay,
talking on
sorry.
this. If you have ideas, take a look at all these maps. Let Hope know any suggestions that you have for flex because this is coming back to the public and everything. So let's not get hung up there. So map updates may occur. Send your thoughts to Hope. Okay? Mr. Pizell, anything else? Any map, this stuff you're sending to them?
Yeah, that's correct. I just want to commend him on Action MU 4.1. The
What page?
108. I commend including in that the joint use of parking, shared parking, on-street parking. we can get rid of some of these acres of parking that we have.
So that's just me and a neighbor could say, yeah, they can use my lot? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Is that it? How about rolling down here, anybody?
I don't have anything. Like I said, I think this is very well done. I love where you talk about characteristics and of each area. It's very clear what the intent is, which we often get hung up on at our level, and this clearly states it. And I think it's well done.
Vern?
Yeah, just a couple of things. On page 91, it relates to the map. The map is great. I mean, the colors pop, they do a great job. I agree with Commissioner Preston that they did a great job. I'm just a little concerned about the conservation reserve and low-density residential still being a little too close. You know, and when you put it on a bigger map, we'll be able to tell whether it's an issue or not. But to me, they're still a little bit close. But kudos on getting that map turned around. On page 93, under high-density residential, one of the bullet points talks about different types of bike and trail infrastructure. My suggestion would be like above, add multi-use paths to the secondary use. Up above, it talks about medium-density residential, and you include multi-use pathways. I would assume the high-density residential would also have that same multi-use pathways with it. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
And then a corridor mixed use, under corridor mixed use, I'm sorry, page 94. 94. Corridor mixed use, secondary, it says open space and parks. And I'm thinking if you're talking about corridor mixed use, most of the corridors in town are existing. And so I'm not sure where you would have the opportunity for open space or a large park. I think plazas, squares, and pocket parks might be a better secondary use in that corridor area. And then page 95, medical. It talks about under a second bullet point, so medical, second bullet point, last sentence or last two lines, through a transit service or bike and pedestrian and bike paths, or probably might be better to say pedestrian and bike facilities.
Instead of path? put
Instead of path?
facilities.
Yeah, because it really a
Could be a
pedestrian, a trail could be, although a bike trail, I
Well,
don't,
no,
I'm
that's
just,
what I mean. Why say facility? Because it could be a path or a trail.
well, and that would be then if you'd want to make a comma on it then instead.
A place
No.
to,
Just facilities is good.
Yeah, so anyway, that's just the thought there. And 96, public, quasi-public, third bullet point down on the right side. Again, pedestrian and bicycle facilities and multi-use paths even actually might, in that case, might be appropriate. We have a lot of different places around town that actually the public, quasi-public has multi-use paths connected with it. And let's see. And then lastly, on page 97, when you talk about parks and recreation, and again, this would be up for discussion, I think, but when we talk about secondary uses, maybe maintenance buildings would be in there as well. You talk about parks and multi-use paths and recreation facilities. I don't know if that would be an issue. They talk about wells. In any kind of a larger park, you need a maintenance building.
Like we just did
Fuji
at
has
Mills
them, Mills
Park.
Park has them, all those things. So those would be the thoughts that I had.
did anybody else
Did-
running
did-
down, looking there? I'm coming
Oh.
back to you last, Mo.
Mayor-
Down that line, down
Mayor-
that line. Hey, Mo, go.
Okay,
All right.
on page 92.
92.
On the conservation reserve, I don't see accessory dwellings listed on those larger than 20 acre
Oh,
properties. Is that an oversight? Or was there a reason?
From, when you have an accessory dwelling unit with a single-family home, we call it a single-family home. That's the land use. You don't see a garage either. So, but if you're in conservation reserve and you have a single-family home, you can have a garage. So you have to, we look at the primary land use, we don't look at all the ancillary buildings. And the ADU, I would treat like a garage because it's just an outbuilding. It's allowed to be there as an accessory use.
Okay. So on page 106, we have a tremendous amount of conversation about what do we do to provide affordable housing. If you look at the top of this page, it says large buildings should be designed with a variety of wall panes and roof forms to create visual interest. Well, you know, when you force a developer to provide these variety of walls and roof forms, you push those projects out of the realm of affordable. So again, we've pretty much had this conversation earlier and I got kicked to the curb. But why does the city have the need to involve itself in the architectural design of a development? I don't think that's where we should be.
I respectfully disagree, and I understand what you're saying, because when we're asking for, variety or something, it does potentially make the price go up, but the community then is stuck with what is built, and that impacts the character of the neighborhood and the community. And I think it's important that we're mindful of building in a way that can help keep the costs down, but it shouldn't be at the detriment of the surrounding neighborhood and the visual impact. I also think, for example, and this isn't part of a master plan deal, but with building for affordable housing or workforce housing, energy efficient appliances cost more money. So in essence, the price is higher, and yet it helps people stay in housing and afford their mortgage or whatever because of lower utility costs. So I think there's that give and take, and I think that it's important that whatever is built, that it take the community into consideration.
Like you started with, I respectfully disagree.
I get it.
Yeah. And I don't want to live in the Stepford Wives neighborhood. I sort of do now. But again, it's a private property issue for me. If nobody has an objection,
let me have a question on that one. I might slightly support you here. This could be scary. When I look at a large apartment complex, and so my mind can go to any of them in town, and they're not all necessarily low income based, right? So behind Fandango, on Little Lane. So talk to me on how you're envisioning what this is really saying. So is it, to me, I look at it and say, okay, it's like one of the buildings is up front a little further, the next one's back, the next one's up, the next one's back. What do you actually mean by this? Because you can get variety on a street a lot of ways without making me necessarily do different roof forms. So what we're after is something visible and pleasing. But why are we saying that it's gotta be roof forms or wall planes? They just need to submit something that shows a visually pleasing development or streetscape color. You can do a lot of things to effectuate what we're all talking about, but I don't know that I want to say, and is there a better way to say this?
Can I add a comment to
Yes.
that, Mayor? I mean,
Yes.
I don't necessarily think this language is going to cause someone to build something that's going to cost more. All it's saying is that if you have a series of 5 buildings, they should not all line up together. That's all it's saying. That's
not what it's
essentially all
saying.
it's,
Okay.
that's what it's saying. Different wall planes. A wall plane is the plane of the wall in the front of the building. So they want, if you've got a fourplex, they would like 2 of those units to sit back and 2 of them to
That's what I
sit
just
front.
asked you. Is that the front,
Yes.
up, down, up,
It-
down?
I think we can
As an
have,
example.
I think we can have some flexibility on this, because
Yes.
Mayor, as you started talking, what I was visualizing was the Bud Highway apartments, the apartments on Roop,
Yep.
and Carson Hills apartments. Carson Hills apartments aren't quite as visible. But the other ones, when I think about where's the visual interest, and that's what we're talking
That's what
about.
we're talking
It's the deck that they have. Each of them has a deck that comes out, so that it's not a flat plane.
Right.
There's a roof line over that deck, and there's a deck that comes out. So that, I think we don't need to limit ourselves. We could say, for example, variety
just-
of roof planes or roof forms, but I don't think that's.
Correct. It's just
Perfect.
creating
I'm good with
visual
that.
interest.
And
That's
I'm
it's
what
good
we're
with that.
after.
rather than shall, so it's not
Yes.
declarative.
We're just trying to have visual interest. That's it.
But I will say
Let
this,
them
when
design
we
it.
get to the spa for Shoals Ranch, each building must have multiple wall planes and at least 4 roof planes.
I know, I said that.
So,
So if we could just work a little bit, the objective here is the end of the sentence. We just want visual interest so we don't have
right.
rows. So just work on that one. Okay, you got a tiny bite out of that one, Mo. Just a tiny bite.
Let's see, where was I?
Oh, I thought we had that
Okay.
done.
Let's go to we're gonna start on page 109 and go to 110. At the very bottom, 1.4 mixed use. We kind of covered this a little bit, that the high traffic should be located on the ground level, but it goes on to say, along Carson Street, Carson and Curry Streets. Why would we limit this to Carson and Curry Street? I mean, if we're going to do it at all, why is it limited to just one area?
Because it's in
That's-
downtown mixed use.
It's actually a really good point, because if we expand what's considered downtown, we shouldn't limit ourselves to those 2 streets. So I don't think we have to call out the streets.
No.
Downtown.
No. What I'm saying, downtown border currently involves more than Carson and Curry Street.
does.
So why would we?
I think we remove the streets.
Yep, I think that would be
Okay.
good.
Okay,
And then
next.
at the bottom of that paragraph, it says you want single-use, high-density residential and office structures are appropriate on the fringe of downtown. Again, going back to private property rights, if I have a piece of property that business model fits my checkbook, why would I be disallowed from building an office structure in the downtown? Why would I have to stay on the fringe of downtown?
It's already mixed use.
You're not,
That's a
you're
lot.
not.
Well, except for that's what this says,
But this is not regulatory.
right?
Yeah, but when you
He's at
use this
the
language, you set
928
that, you set
Top
that
of the paragraph
expectation.
there. Yeah, the fringe of downtown is your,
All
Is
it's
that
saying is they're
necessary?
appropriate on the fringe. It doesn't say they're inappropriate in the middle of it.
So let me flip this around
Need
for you.
you
I
to
think the
that.
intent behind that is a lot of communities went overboard in requiring like mixed-use development on every street in their downtown. It's not viable to do that, and so this is just saying we want to concentrate the ground level activity on the streets that are most important to the vibrancy of downtown And then on the other streets, you can, you need to be more flexible, or you should consider being more flexible to allow for single-use buildings. So it's really just trying to create more concentrated activity along your main frontages. That's all it's trying to do.
I think what my real point is, when you use a language like should generally occur, things like that, that's when you end up with this room full of people
That are mad
saying,
at us.
you told us X in the master plan.
It is true.
That's,
That is true.
on page 113.
Wait, let's not leave it till we decide
Oh.
what they're doing with it.
We can address it more generally and
Thank
just talk
you.
about the intent behind it. I think it's there and it's already kind of reflected in your downtown mixed use, so I think it's fine.
Thank you. Okay. What else, Mo?
Thank you. Page 113. Right there at the top. In the middle of that sentence, third line, mitigate negative visual impacts such as uninterrupted wall planes and parking areas. Who decided a parking area provides a negative visual impact? Frankly, if I own a strip mall, I'm gonna go buy a bunch of cars and park them in front of my strip mall so that my place looks busy.
Yeah.
Active businesses attract other people, so why are we trying, who says parking provides a negative visual impact?
In the commercial zone, because this one is C.
This is corridor mixed use,
Yeah.
and the planning commission may want to talk about this too, but the concept was our corridors there's also stuff in here about having a landscape palette along our corridors, much like we already have in the downtown, sorry to mention the D word, and South Carson Street. And because as you drive, for example, South Carson Street's a really good example. As you drive on South Carson Street, you see the landscaping. You have to be looking for a use to see the buildings that are behind it. And so this is simply saying that these are our main corridors that we want to make a statement with. And so ultimately the idea would be the design standards would reflect that. So it's not, I don't think it's overly burdensome. It would be otherwise if we don't do this, we can have, pick and pull. And just continuing on Highway 50 as our statement as you come into town.
Couldn't you anyway? If it meets the land use, it meets the land use.
We can have a lot of flexibility, and the thing that will define Carson would be that corridor when you come in, very much like South Carson. And on South Carson Street, unless you're looking for a business, you tend not to see the business. You're looking for the vet that's there, okay, then you kind of know where to turn. But it's not the buildings and the parking lots that are defining that corridor. It's really the landscaping along it. The landscaping doesn't have to be on a public right-of-way. It could be on private property.
And I'll go back to saying, we've spent a lot of money on South Carson Street, a lot of money downtown. We're spending a lot of money on William Street. We're eventually going to spend a lot of money on North Carson Street. We're using sales tax dollars, and to not maintain that consistency.
Yeah, but they're gonna all have a
doesn't-
NID.
I
They're gonna have a
understand.
controlling NID, right? That meets what we want for
Yeah,
what you're talking
but-
about.
But it's consistent with this.
Yeah.
I don't
That's what I said, we
understand why
have
we would change it.
controlling NIDs, so what,
I think stating it shows that, the kind of the overall, a vision or that guide. It doesn't force, but it helps provide a guide. And I think, again, as our community and as something, we care about our corridors. We spoke to that at the beginning of this conversation, and that's the first impression. We've talked about downtown, and that's one destination within other options for destinations. And so taking into the whole picture of what are the different elements that lead to a positive experience. And so I think including it isn't a negative by any means.
And I'd like
And-
to add to that, from the Planning Commission, when we had the discussions about it, I think it goes back to what the master plan is for. I respect that individual business owners will have certain practices to make their place look active or not. But it is the idea, not just first impressions, but this is the vision that we want people coming into our area to adopt. That's who we're trying to attract.
And the memory that it creates to further that.
Creates what?
I said the memory that it creates, the impression that it creates
a good
of consistency, of acceptance, of, you know, warmth, pride in the community. Yeah, very good.
It's fine. I'm just, parking areas. You think the car dealers shouldn't have parking areas in the front of their buildings? Sorry, it's okay. Maybe it's just the way I
The
overread
display
that.
area.
Can I say something on this one here?
Yes.
Okay, back in the late 70s, early 80s, Carson City actually had, and you can see some of it on Highway 50, and you can see some of it in North Carson. They had standards that we had to put in plantings and had to put in large swaths of grass. And so you'll see that, for instance, in front of the old, North Carson Center, back where, and out at Hone's property where Firehouse Subs is. There's a couple
have
of
those
them.
little-
Yes, they have all these green swaths. The only thing is that it becomes very expensive to maintain, very expensive to water. And so, for instance, right now, I know that I have ownership of different ownership interests that I work with, and we are actually taking out the grass and using the South Carson Street xeriscape with the pampas grass and some of the different flowers with the Rosa rugosas and some of these different things to actually create continuity. And we're doing that as a volunteer type of a thing to help mitigate our costs, but also create continuity. And I think it's a good gateway.
And if I could jump on too, almost every jurisdiction I worked in, all of their parking lot development standards had some sort of landscaping requirement, and it's helps with snow storage in Colorado. It provides shade in Las Vegas. So it's not just a visual amenity, it actually helps some performance standards. You know, the county or the municipality also has low-impact development standards to deal with stormwater. Some of your landscape areas can deal with that, and you can kill two birds with one stone. So the only jurisdiction I worked with that didn't have parking lot landscaping requirement was Lyon County. And in that case, the staff generally had to wrestle with them and wrestle with the development community and say, you know, this is what you can use these areas for. It's not just landscaping that you can let die. You can actually it can actually function as something other than just decorative landscaping.
I like it, makes sense. What else you got?
Wait, does the last sentence in that paragraph, is that a redundant, do we need that? I think that's redundant and has wrong place things in there. Okay, just take that out. Thank you. Did you have any, was that your last one, Mo?
Yep.
Anybody
It
else?
is.
Anybody
Well, in that
else?
chapter.
No, I'm on chapter 10. Anybody, anything
Mayor,
we
Mayor,
missed?
could I, one more, sorry,
yes.
very, very quick, food for thought, as you guys are thinking about the map, you asked Commissioner Brooks about, kind of other communities, and, I think one of the things that is unique about Carson City is your constrained footprint that you have. You have a limited amount of industrial land, and so I do think that flex industrial category is important to distinguish those areas that you are dedicating for light industrial uses from your corridor mixed use, because otherwise it just kind of becomes, you have a lot of flexibility, but you lose that clarity for potential people coming in who want to be around other types of similar uses. So
Yeah,
food
everybody's
for
gonna
thought.
look at the map and give you comment, not just Mr. Brooks. Yeah, everybody. Okay. We're on chapter 11. And then I want to give you an idea that chapter 12, we won't address because they'll realign everything. They have to do some numbering issues, all of those kind of things. And the planning commission and stuff in their review before it comes to us can look at the ones, the zeros, the two. Well, your twos and threes don't even exist, even though they're in your table. So we're not going to do chapter 12 tonight so that we can just finish with 11 unless you guys see some
If you,
overriding
if you have
reason.
something on 12, just see
Just
me
send it
later.
to her. Yeah, because I don't see that as a,
Well, can I just
It's
ask
not
why
complete yet.
why did we list 3s and 4s if we're never,
well, that's what I'm saying. They've got a
Okay.
realignment to do there.
Okay.
So by the time we get done with it, forget it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so we're going to go with chapter 11. These are our spas. And what's in here is what's in the spa. Mostly?
I think there's
Oh.
a modification on the eastern portal, is my recollection, a statement to the effect that the planning commission is suggesting that the eastern portal spa be studied. Actually, that might be in 12, sorry, because it's
Oh, it's
just,
in 11.
it's in 11? Okay.
Well, maybe in
Do you
12
want-
as well.
Do you
but-
want to speak to that, Vern, then?
Yeah. Yeah, on the eastern portal, the commission was talking about trying to kind of maybe relook at that. It's been almost 20 years. You know, things have been happening out there, and it is going to be a gateway into the community. So I think that the commission has taken the position that it would be nice to kind of open that back up and relook at that, you know, from a development standpoint. Is this the best solution after 20 years, is to continue on with it? Or do we need to like take a breath and say, okay, let's relook at this and see if there might be a better
Are
way
we
to
the
deal with it.
we're the controlling agent on the eastern portal, so that we could bring
Right,
that up.
it's
We
the
don't have
spot.
a applicant sitting on the,
100%.
Right.
We'll look more closely at it, but you have a lot of recreational opportunity there. You have a lot of tourism there, but then you have the dump there. And then we have our airstrip there, as Supervisor White's aware. And so it's a hodgepodge. So we just want to kind of look at it again because it's also critical. It's a really important area of the city. Otherwise, yes, you're correct. It's essentially the spas are in place. Things that have sunsetted have been removed, I think, just because it's not necessary. But there's some things, for example, in the Schultz Ranch Spa, which is ongoing policy stuff. So we needed to keep it in the document.
I'm just, what I want to get to is we don't have an opportunity to change it. They would have to bring the spa back to us for amendment.
It's your document, but it's an existing, you could amend it through this. But the truth of the matter is Schultz Ranch is essentially built out. Lampa, a lot of people have made investments, and there's the development agreement that relies on the specific plan.
Right.
The Eastern Portal's the only one that doesn't have all that encumbrance, so to speak. So, and I think it's also a really kind of interesting one.
I'll make a comment. Oh.
Just a
I'm sorry,
second.
go ahead.
Stacy.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think I don't disagree with the Eastern Spa being reviewed. It's our document. I think we should review it. I think we absolutely need to involve the property owners that are out there and look at that because it is critical to our gateway. It's the first view. So I totally support the Planning Commission with that. To me, these spas are tools that we can use when even a developer wants consistency across the entirety of a development. So, you know, I don't have any issues with the language in broadly about specific plan areas. I don't think really it's necessarily our position to do a spa overlay just as a matter of course. I think it fits as we have a developer come forward and you, in your professional opinion, think, hey, this is a perfect opportunity for a spa because X, Y, and Z. You can have a master planned area within the community. And we need that. We should have that. So I other than looking at the eastern portal, which I think would be outside of this essentially, this allows us to do that. I think this chapter's in pretty good shape.
Actually, if I can just comment very briefly. One thing that often what you see is what you don't see. What you're not seeing is a recommendation for a new spa, because I don't think we have an area in the city that lends itself to that. And you're exactly right. The eastern portal is something outside the scope of this project, so we'll have a action item to work on that with the property owners, of course.
Can I ask, is the southern part of Lampa in the
Yes, the part that's south of Fifth and north of the linear park, still, yes.
in the spa?
It's in it, and there's no development plan. They'll have to come in with a specific plan.
Okay, but it is in the spa?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty much the last piece that we have that could really fit into a spa, honestly.
Okay, Mr. White. what you
So
got?
just to finish on that, I do have a few other things as well. So I am philosophically adverse to the spas. If there's an opportunity to get rid of the V&T spa, I think we should take a strong look at that. That being said, as long as this document lives, it should be accurate. The very beginning of the V&T, where it says the background, the V&T Railroad runs from Virginia City, 143. The V&T Railroad, actually, the V&T Railroad is operated by Tom Gray and is restricted to the upper end of that rail system that is owned by Tom Gray. It's the V&T Railway that operates from Carson City to Virginia City. So I think that distinction should be corrected, as well as below in the next paragraph where it says the V&T Railroad is a tourist attraction. At any rate, that's all I really have on the V&T. I do have the same sort of inaccuracy in the Spa Ranch, if you're ready to go to this, or to the Schultz Ranch, if you're ready to
The
go to
spa
that.
ranch?
The spa
Let's go to
ranch.
the, yes, we're ready to go to the spa ranch. Let's
I could do
go.
a spa.
I have new Christmas ideas. Yeah.
On page 123, at the very bottom where it says location and applicability, it says the Schultz Ranch Spa is located south of Highway 50. Actually, it's located south of I-580.
That's updated. Yeah, both, right? Kept both designations. Look at the current designations, right?
And other than that, I just want to point out one of the difficulties we run into when we start telling people how to develop their properties. If you look at page 128, at 3.1, it says promote interesting streetscapes and offer consumers a wider vision, a wider choice of housing styles. You've literally told this developer what sort of houses they can bring in. This is where they talk about each wall plane has to have multiple planes and stuff.
They told us, though.
But then it says you can, on page 130, it says you can't have driveways that face Topsy, Center, and Racetrack. So on one hand, you're saying, I want you to be visually interesting. And on the other hand, you're saying, make people drive through a couple of miles of backyard fences that offer nothing to see but a wooden fence.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the Schultz Ranch Spa and the Lampa Spa, those come forward from a developer. The developer is putting this level of detail in. What I will point out to this board is when you see a planned unit development, you are not seeing this language, because I don't want to see this language. I don't want to enforce this language. It's very burdensome on staff to try to make sure there's 3 different materials on the front facade. I agree with you. I don't like it, but it's there and it was developer driven. That is not staff driven. It's not city driven.
I understand.
I just
but
want the public to understand.
This does become a government document that is saying these things, whether the developer brought it forward or not. That's all I have.
Okay, page 940, or 128, just double check it's not a typo. I think you copied it from the SPA, so we must have the typo there too. But in 3.1, be provided, the accomplish this, is it to accomplish this? Just double check if there's a typo there. Yeah, one way, even if it's wrong in the SPA. Anyway, it's wrong there. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, just, Hope, in here, early on, we talk about, and I'm going backwards, Title 18 and the need for, you'll need to fix that, because we've done
Yes.
Title 18.
Well,
Well, okay, but not the whole thing. It
just-
sort of implies in here.
yes.
Just look at the language. And then there's no mention in here of Title 17. I know Title 17 is land use or land division, not land use, sorry, land subdivision. Should there be some mention at all of Title 17?
I don't think so, because the tools that we have in Title 17 are pretty standard tools. We have the planned unit development. We're not introducing any new tools. And so I think Title 17 is pretty solid. In the size of lots will be derived from Title 18.
And Dan might quit if we talk about another title so quickly. Although we've got to be giving them
Well, yeah,
For
someone other than Dan
eight,
has to do this going forward. This
4,
can't be
8,
Dan.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
4, and then 17, maybe.
Yeah, bunch of them. Okay, sure.
One other,
Mo?
in my notes, and I haven't had an opportunity to verify my notes are accurate. On page 122, at the very top there, where it talks about chapter 1802070, my notes reflect that we repealed and replaced that with 1802-0465 and 0466.
You can double check.
But I've been
We don't have our new.
substantially overwhelmed. I haven't had a chance to verify that. Thank you, Hope. And chase one of my rabbit holes.
We did not wear out the public, but anyway, anything else on this for anybody other than great job?
That's
Yeah,
what I was
just-
going to say. Thanks to the planning commission. Seriously, you guys have done
Been working
the
hard.
bulk of the work on this along with staff, and thank you all. Seriously, this is really, really good input and valuable. Thank you.
Man, it's a lot.
Yeah, a huge kudo, and your listening tours, and, everyone was a little bit different, and the different conversations and the different opinions and nuances, and kudos, and Hope, you are a rock star.
But let me know when you get the phone call that no one knew about this, okay?
And-
Guaranteed.
Directly to your line.
And regardless of my
To the website.
occasional consternation, it is a good document.
Yes.
I just
Okay.
want to point out one thing. In each of the location and applicability sections of the SPAs, it talks about where the location is, and it states as identified on the map above, and then the map is always below.
You know,
Okay, then I'm going to
I could
move
do that.
to our final public comment. Do I have any final public comment?
I get it.
You've waited, so come on up. That's what it's all about.
Motion on this?
What?
As discussed.
We already gave them all the direction, chapter by chapter and section by section. Okay, we're good. Yeah. That's why we did it that way, because there's no way we could come backwards. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name's Dan Thornton. I'm a resident of Carson City. I am here as the founder of Ride Carson City and a board member with Muscle Powered. And I did go to one of the listening sessions and made my case for how a bike park can help with the master plan and addresses many of the issues that are brought up within the master plan from members of the community. There was a Centennial Park Master Plan survey that was conducted back in, I believe it was September, it finished early October, and 80% of the survey respondents, I think there were over 700 responses to the survey, 80% of the people wanted to see a bike park at Centennial Park. And then in the meeting earlier today, we were talking about how with trampoline parks, people travel out of our area to go to Reno to go to trampoline parks. They're currently, one of my biggest people that have commented to me have been parents in the community talking about how they're having to drive their kids up to South Lake Tahoe or Truckee or Sky Tavern to have their kids go to bike parks. And quickly, a bike park is, jump lines, pump track, skill zones, and it's a way to get kids off of screens. So when you're riding bikes, you can't be on screens. You could post about it later, but it's something that gets them off of screens. It fits into our recreational plan. So let me just add a few things that I made some notes on about the master plan. And I want to be clear, we're not proposing that the city funds this in any way. This will be done through grants and private donations. And that includes the long-term maintenance of the park. So it's a community-centered vision. It's rooted in, again, the 80% of the Centennial Park, master plan survey respondents said they wanted a park at Centennial. It directly addresses master plan priorities through thoughtful growth, sustainable development, and creating a vibrant public space that enhances quality of life. It checks all those boxes, and it revitalizes an area of town that has not necessarily seen this kind of investment. So, Centennial Park and the area that surrounds it, I have several business owners out there that would love to see this, and it would attract and retain employees to our area, quality level employees. It builds on Carson City's legacy. We have a proven track record of turning bold outdoor projects into reality, like Ash to Kings and the Cap to Tahoe project. And Muscle Powered has a 26-year history of doing that with the city. So this is not like some random people coming to you talking about doing this. So it's not just a recreational project, it's a reflection of our community's values and a smart investment in our future. And it fulfills the 2024 master plan by enhancing recreation, vitalizing parkland, and fostering a connected, vibrant community. You've had a long night, I'm out. I just wanted to get that on the record. I really appreciate everything you all are doing. It's hard work.
And I think it's an excellent idea.
So
Maybe we'll put it together.
Does anybody know what's the status of the BMX park out at Pete Livermore? What's going on there?
I can speak to it just a little bit. They're successful. They're operating well. They have a strong, vibrant community, and they support, at least the people I've talked to initially, support what we're doing. We would not be competing with them. A bike park and a BMX track are separate uses.
Okay.
Yep. So, yep.
Perfect.
What kind of land, how much land are you talking about?
So I had a meeting after the Centennial Park Master Plan survey came out. We met with Carson City Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, just a preliminary meeting out there. My initial idea, and with the people that I've been working with, would be, if you're familiar with Centennial Park, there's the power lines that run across the hillside at the top. So this would be like if
Above the tennis
North
courts?
of the upper fields?
yeah, so if you said where the access to the trails is now, the wild horse fence is, if that was 12 o'clock on a clock, so north of that, up quite a ways is a power line. I had originally been talking about using that as kind of the parameter coming back down towards the park. It was suggested that we have such a good relationship between Muscle Powered and the city with the Bureau of Land Management that they might actually encourage us to even expand further up in there. when I'm talking about expanding, I'm talking about little single track bike trails, right? I'm not talking, this is
No, I
very,
get it.
very low impact, right? This is the part that would be a little bit more extensive would be down towards the parking lot where you would have more of the jumps and a little bit the pump track and the skill zones. Mom and dad can keep track of their kids that way, see kind of what's going on. And it also works for competitions in the future where you could have stands and people could watch things.
Perfect.
So let's say 100 acres, 80 to 100 acres. And it's, at the moment, we're looking at all on city land. That's all owned currently by the city. If you go just to the power lines. If you go further than the power lines, it would start to interact with BLM. But apparently they're interested in putting a trailhead further up there, not without putting any words in anybody's mouths. But so there could be some really good coordination. And this is a premier level bike park. This would 100% be for the community, but it would absolutely attract tourism and heads and beds.
That's what it's all about.
Come
Thank
talk
you.
to CTA. Did you talk to David?
So we had visit Carson City at the meeting as
Okay,
well.
good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so very much. You never know.
Thank
I
you.
see something on the horizon.
I appreciate
Okay.
the extra time. Thank you very much.
You
Have a
bet.
good night. Yep.
Okay, and then he didn't have any, so with that, no other comments? Merry Christmas to everyone. I think we could say that, right? No, we already said, no, he got some, never mind. He double dipped on something earlier. He's given us a break. You're good.
No
Huh?
vote?
No, we
vote?
don't need a vote. We did everything as we went. It's just direction. It's not required. Okay, everybody, thank you, and we're adjourned. Mhm.